Welcome to Las Vegas for the final table of the $1 million guaranteed BetMGM Poker Championship. Coming at you live from the PokerGO Studio in Las Vegas. Let's go inside and meet the players. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth. Excited to bring you one more thrilling night of live poker tournament action from Las Vegas here inside the PokerGO Studio. This event has a final table after 2 long days of play, 1,130 entries reduced to the final 7. You'll see them there on the screen. We'll get to introducing those players in just a second as we look at the 2 trophies up for grabs, and the final table payouts are as following. This event part of the 2024 ARIA Poker Open with $46K guaranteed for the final 7 and a whopping $272,000 up top for the eventual champion. You can watch it all here on the PokerGO YouTube channel, on PokerGO.com for free, and also on the BetMGM Poker YouTube channel. So wherever you are, join us in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're rooting for, and we'll make sure to provide you all the insights on this final table. This final table that does not include Mr. Donnie Peters. Donnie, but you gave it a fair shot.
You have to do better than that,
I
man.
did.
Come on.
I mean, 2 bullets, I guess if you call it a fair shot. Did not make the dinner break, though. But yeah, you know.
Oh, you're learning so quickly.
Well, you made the final table anyway. You're here with us now.
I did.
Clock.
You know.
You listen to the thing?
I'm glad to be back, though.
Yes,
It's been a while for us. Let's go.
Oh, man, I'm not sure if I'm rusty, so in the chat, please let me know if we
Surprised by that.
if we miss anything.
Where's
But
all the-
here comes Dixon all in with the shove right away for $1.7 million.
More slot machine songs and all that. Yeah.
All the way from Detroit. He told me that if he doubles up quick, it's going to be a party. So perhaps we have to root for that, Donnie.
1.7.
Well, let's go.
Started.
All right.
I mean, no time wasted. Let's just get the money in. What? This guy was at my first table.
That's incredible. Well, I got a story about this guy. I'll
He was
Can you count it again?
He was trying to bet Haley Hanna on if Michigan or Las Vegas had higher car insurance rates.
Oh wow, has to be Vegas.
And before they could confirm via Google, he got moved off the table.
Kings. No, ace-10.
Oh, yeah,
I said when I push ace-10, I literally just said that to you out in the lobby.
You did, yeah.
I literally just said that to
Ace-10.
Mike, the irony, and I looked down, it's ace-10. I said, I just said, yo.
Bang your word. Bang your word.
Edward Dixon draws first blood here, rakes in the chips.
I
He
do
told
side.
me just before play started, Donnie,
Ed, did you hear
that he got so
Right,
sick,
side.
food poisoning,
Wow.
that he spent
deuce,
equal
my other
time
card
in the bathroom yesterday during play than he did at the poker table.
I mean,
Hand like a foot.
no fun. Not that I've had food poisoning, but I have been sick when you're trying to play a poker tournament, and it's just not. It's not an enjoyable situation. We've seen plenty of people over the years puking in garbage cans, like all that sort of stuff.
Well, I want to give a shout out to Edward here, who battled through, survived, and I saw him sipping on some ginger ale before the final
have a
table
look.
started, and he was hoping that that was going to be enough to carry him all the way
Don't look.
through this final table.
No.
Not here.
Yaser Al-Keliddar
It's kind of awkward looking at your cards when you're like this side up.
giving it up there. Action folding over to Hieu Tran in the small blind. Ace-8 of clubs. Similar stacks with the player in the big, Donnie, which means we can apply some pressure here.
Yeah, I mean they're still somewhat deep. He comes in here with a 3x raise. Could argue for a limp 3-bet strategy. Gros, I would expect here with an ace. You know, obviously not a good ace offsuit, but probably calls in position this deep.
Benjamin Gros from France, poker professional. He's been playing the game for a living for the past 5 years. This is, however, his first time playing in Las Vegas. Played some events around town as, of course, December always a very hot time in Las Vegas. And here he comes to the 3-bet, making it 1.6 million. Now, Donnie, Tran here in a bit of an interesting spot.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, you have Dixon who just shoved on the last hand. He's got 11 big blinds over there, so I don't think you want to exactly torch your hand. and he is
That's what
going
make
to
this
give
clear,
it up
you guys.
here. I mean, that's part of the
I don't
problem when
have
you come in there with a
pills,
raise.
Like if you see me breathing hard, it's because I'm fat. It has nothing to do with my hand. I don't want you to think like, oh, he's breathing hard. He got big hands. He got bad hands.
Dixon's my
No,
guy. Let's go.
It has nothing to do with that. I'm 6'4", 380. It has absolutely nothing to do.
Well, in that same vein, don't bother trying to get a soul read because I don't have a soul.
Yeah, okay, cool. I just wanted to let you, heard a guy like, you were breathing hard. I'm like, bro, I'm 6'4", 380. Yes, I breathe hard. It has literally nothing to do with this hand. This is the dumbest reasoning in the world. You're telling me I'm breathing hard.
Okay, we're off to a good start here. By the way, I spoke to most of these players before play got underway, and they all echoed the same sentiments, that it was a really fun and jovial atmosphere yesterday as they played down to the final 7. Players were saying that it was a very sort of casual, almost atmosphere. We'll see if that changes as the stakes get raised with each elimination. But so far, Dixon breaking the ice, and things are already feeling a bit more like a home game.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's my phone.
Yeah, you have it on, I think.
10 seconds.
One more thing here, Donnie, on the heavy breathing as referenced by Dixon. That's the name of my cycling group chat.
Oh, yeah?
Heavy breathing.
I like it.
Dixon defending here from the big blind with ace-7 off. Fuller, the one raising under the gun. Donnie, Fuller has some chops.
Yeah, Thomas Fuller, if you were coming up in kind of, I don't know what, the heyday of poker specifically. Oh, wow. Hold on.
Good luck, guys.
Wow, look at this. Dixon with the all-in shove from the big blind, and Fuller snaps it off with Queen-Jack. Edward Dixon in a world of trouble here, looking for an ace or a 7 to survive. This could be a costly misstep here from the Michigander. Turn card. 8 of diamonds doesn't change a thing. Only 4 live outs remaining as the ace of clubs has already been folded. Edward Dixon's tournament life on the line. Will he catch some good luck here? And it's not there. The 9 of clubs completes the board. Edward Dixon was hoping for a party after doubling up, but unfortunately for him,
Nice hand.
he's the first player to hit the rail.
So you're
Dixon will
big
collect
blind is dead
$46,215 for his efforts. Still a very nice ROI for that $1,600 buy-in.
Nice hand
But of
there,
course,
Tom.
would have
Lucky
preferred
Tom.
to last a bit longer.
Jealous of Tom.
And the
Actually, I
final
guess
6
you're
now
assigned to that.
guaranteed $55,000. And Fuller, Donnie, as you were just about to
I
say,
get a coffee,
has
please?
some chops,
I get
also
one just
has a big chip lead.
Thanks.
Yeah, Fuller, as I was saying, back in the day, in his 20s, was a professional
Paul, we're not
poker
supposed to,
player
like,
playing
get rid of
cash
a chair
games and
and spread out?
tournaments.
Oh, okay.
Known as Goodnight Moon, or G-Night Moon, I believe it was. He's from Boulder, Colorado. He's got $1.6 million in career live tournament earnings. He's, of course, going to add to that here, especially with this chip lead that he has. Once Black Friday hit, right around when he was getting into his 30s, he transitioned out of poker and became an elementary school teacher. And then but during that time, elementary school teachers don't get paid that much money. He was making the bulk of his income from daily fantasy sports. So in those DFS streets, still a gambler, of course. Then he transitioned to kind of being a data scientist of sorts. And then after that, he realized, I read, I believe he has a Substack, that, I love poker. This is what I love to do. You can make good money from it, so why don't I get back into that? Now in his 40s, he has transitioned back into poker. He has a trio of 6-figure scores, all come from back in the day. He made the EPT Baden main event final table.
Wow.
I know you like that one. 4th place. That was back in 2007.
Best food in the history of poker tours.
At the original NAPT Las Vegas main event won by Tom Marchese, he got 6th, and then he also won a Heartland Poker Tour main event. So if the name Thomas Fuller, if the face is something you guys recognize, don't be fooled, because it is Thomas Fuller, the OG.
All right, Estes here, raising to 425, and Fuller again in a great situation to pick up some chips, making it $1.45 million from the big blind. Estes perhaps with a bit of Hollywood here before letting it go.
It's so much fun to watch that.
Queen 9.
Two in a row for Tom. Heater. Tom's on fire.
Heater.
Yeah.
Heater.
Can't compete with that.
I was like, did you really wake up like second hand of the trio? saying, you know, when I I've got a hand. Definitely not doing it live, but yeah, interesting. The dynamics are just different in that way. Like, if we're at the other table that's not being streamed and all that, don't have to worry so much because I'll never really know. But now it's like, comes into play.
I spoke to Hieu Tran just before action got underway. His girlfriend, Donnie, is currently mid-air on her way to Las Vegas.
Okay.
Her birthday is coming up on Tuesday, which is tomorrow, and he said that the longer this play goes on, the nicer the birthday dinner will be. They're going to have a reason to celebrate no matter what, since he's already guaranteed $55,000. He took a week off work to come and play some events here. It's been a good trip so far, but obviously this is the cherry on top, and hopefully for his girlfriend, when she lands, she'll be able to make it to the studio to watch her boyfriend play.
I haven't looked, so
Before
we'll try to
going
get a
for
read
that
off.
great night out in Las Vegas, which, of course, best place in the world for that.
625,000.
Nice.
And Fuller goes for 3 in a row here.
I'm flexing for the stream over here.
Yeah, man, dude, he's excited.
Dog.
Heater active.
He's a dog.
Yeah, exactly. Like, come on, bro. Chill.
This guy. Who invited this guy?
Someone has to get second, though, guys.
There must be a bar in Colorado. All his homies are there watching and stuff.
Shout out the homies.
Michael Estes, by the way, wearing that old sort of weathered hat, Donnie. You know, you can buy these from certain brands for $2,500 for this look. How old do you think this hat actually is?
I think his is legit old.
So he sent me a photo of him wearing this hat 25 years ago.
Oh my God. That's so great.
This hat is an actual relic in the Estes family.
Well, if he goes on to win wearing the hat, he might need to like frame it, put it in a case, get it bronzed or something.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like,
put it in epoxy.
yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah, Michael Estes from Lacon, Illinois, a town of 1,900 people, as he contemplates his decision.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting spot. Fuller's a big chip leader, and Estes is in second place. So
1.6.
Hello. Estes not messing about here. And Donnie, would you sort of generally advise players to just play it straight up like this?
honestly, I could see arguments for just putting your chips in. I mean, you know, I could see arguments for flatting. I don't mind taking the 3-bet approach here. You know, I think there's probably going to be some frequency that Fuller's just going to call in position, which might make things a little bit tricky with ace-king off. But he gets the job done.
Oh, man. So Estes takes this one down. Fun note on him as well. His parents, Steve and Lynn, are watching. Shout out to them. Steve, a bit of a golfer. Donnie, 2 holes in ones under his belt. So
Uh-oh. Man down.
Sounds like he should just retire golfing. I would assume many
My anvil.
golfers don't go their whole lives getting a hole-in-one, let alone 2.
I feel like winning a poker tournament is kind of like hitting a hole in one.
For sure. I mean, I can't do it. I did win the Caesars Nightly once, okay? I did win that.
That is that on your Hendon Mob?
10 seconds.
No, I actually don't think it is.
I think there was a moment in time, maybe, I don't know, 5 to 10 years ago, where local casinos started reporting their results.
Yeah, before like dailies and nightlies didn't make it on Hendon Mob. It was only like major series, right? And then eventually that has all changed, and now Hendon does display the results of all dailies, nightlies, recurring tournaments, that sort of stuff.
Benjamin Gros from France, making a 400K with ace-4. Looks like he's going to get this one through. Benjamin has one of his close friends here inside the studio watching on the big screen. He, by the way, Donnie, had a little piece of Mr. Latinois, who finished 9th in the main event. He flew over to Las Vegas to watch his friend play. Didn't play the main event himself, so he's still going for his first WSB main event in 2025. But he got a taste of what it's like to play on the biggest stage, watching his friend who, unfortunately for him, busted out in 9th place, but still, of course, terrific ROI.
No discount? All right.
Did you take one of these two?
No, I haven't touched any of them. So whichever one you like.
I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care. I just ordered a water, so that's me.
Okay.
Whatever you like.
All in.
Oh, I thought you said call.
You get a
I
count,
was
please.
like, what?
Yaser Al-Keliddar with the shove for 3.1 million. 15 bigs. Good time to make something happen.
3,150,000.
Thank you.
Try and get an account, just verifying that whether or not this is an automatic call. Donnie with
Oh
Queen
my
5
gosh,
suited.
I want a pot.
Yeah.
What are we looking for? What? How small
May.
does the stack have to
Don't do
be?
it again.
Now I can just go home.
I mean,
happy.
Queen 5
Yeah,
suited. I
one
think it's
pot.
got to be
You
crazy.
want a
Two
pot on the
killers.
stream, that's all that
I'm
matters.
not just gambling with, what, 24 big blinds he
Achievement
had?
unlocked.
Still the short stack for Al-Keliddar, but
Do you have deuces?
got up to 18 big blinds that time.
Worse? I had a worse pair. No, I didn't have deuces.
Fuller with this big chip lead here, Donnie. Are we looking to turn up the aggression a little bit just because the stacks around him aren't particularly short themselves, so they have quite a bit of patience to be had?
Yeah, I think Fuller should just stay on the accelerator as much as possible. You know, really put the pressure on his opponents, and until it's proven that someone is going to play back at him, which I know Estes did recently when he had the ace-king and 3-bet him, but until that starts happening with a larger frequency, blast away, man.
Tran letting go of the king-jack off in the small blind. One more player to get through, and Fuller will be happy to continue to pick up small pots. By the way, much love to everyone in the chat, whether you're watching on PokerGo on the BetMGM channel or on our regular PokerGo YouTube channel. Please make sure to let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're supporting, because I'm pretty sure we're going to have lots of friends and family in the chat today. Perhaps some Thomas Fuller friends and fam watching. I heard reference of a bar in Colorado. Hopefully we're on the big screen there. If you are so inclined, please smash that like button to make sure more people find out about this stream. Donnie, it's kind of like World Series of Poker vibes in Las Vegas right now. Every single poker room is in action. ARIA, of course, is packed to the brim. Tons of action here. Tournament stakes in a wide variety of options. It's kind of like a fun winter sweat that we have all going on.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, this event here is part of the ARIA Poker Open. They've had events running for, what, the past week and a half or so. Still some to come. I know I walked by the $800 mystery bounty that's going on right now. Obviously, we have the Wynn stuff. There's stuff at the Orleans. Like, there's just stuff everywhere that's going on.
It's not pleasant.
It's a bit of a winter festival, you know? You'll love it. No shortage of stuff to play around town, that's for sure.
Yeah, Benjamin Gros told me before the final table that him and his French poker friends come out to Vegas twice a year. Once in June, July, and once in December. Like, it's like a marquee travel destination for those that play big-time tournaments. As the action right now is on our chip leader, Thomas Fuller. He's going to call the raise. We're going to see a three-way flop here. Donnie, how do you feel about Lou raising with the Queen 6 suited here? Perhaps a bit opportunistic?
Yes, I think so, especially raising into the chip leader's big blind. You know, he can obviously put a lot of pressure on you, put you in some tough spots, and in that sort of situation, I think you'd want a little bit more hand to be able to defend with or have to maneuver post-flop with. I don't really put Queen 6 suited into that bucket, but you know, maybe Lou's just trying to make something happen. He's been quiet so far. He's like, you know what? Let me get in there a little bit. Let me test the waters.
350,000.
Yang Liu, no stranger to the studio, finished in the money in the 10K at the Poker Masters in 2023. Just missed out on the final table, finishing in 12th place. And I must say, Donnie, I spoke to some of these players. There is a certain level of awe from these players playing in this building on this stage.
Yeah, understandably so.
Nice.
You made it.
He got it done. Yang Lu proving that
What's a 6?
There was.
It was?
Oh, 10-6 deuce.
Queen 6 is enough to get it done.
I think he showed the 6.
Oh, great. Even better.
I think he had a full house. I think he had 6 deuce.
Agreed.
I mean, he might as well
How
have.
do
He
you
had
bet the
Queen
flop
6.
without a boat? I mean, the turn without a boat.
Good raise.
Well, think about the 6 deuces. Like nobody sees it coming. You know?
Fair.
I wouldn't have seen it coming.
No.
Donnie, that is always the argument to raise with crappy cards. They won't see it coming.
Of course.
Michael Estes on the gun.
400,000.
A7 off. I like this, Donnie. We're not sitting back. We're getting involved here with the Queen 6 with the A7. Players trying to make something happen. Now Benjamin Gros with a decision. Pocket 9s on the button. Started this hand with 34 big blinds. Just going to make the call. Got to give some respect here for the under the gun raise.
Yeah, you know, he's got a hand that's good enough to go post flop with. Yes, you know, maybe you don't want to get into some massive flip. You don't want to ultimately have to fold your hand pre-flop because 9s is too good. So you can just play this one in position against your opponent.
Queen 8-8, 2 clubs on board.
I'm probably going to favor Gros a little bit more here.
350?
350,000.
Estes is going to represent, though.
How important is this club that Gros is holding in the situation?
I mean, it helps. You know, it does two things. One, that gives you that backdoor equity, you know, should you need it. It also denies your opponent from having some combos of flush draws. You know, if he's opening ace-7 off, he's probably opening a hand like ace-9 of clubs, for example, that sort of stuff. So you can obviously then rule those hands out. Good card here for Gros. I would expect him to continue. Probably not so good of a card here for Estes. I mean, I don't know how you can continue on this sort of texture with ace-7 off, but then again, he might view his hand as, well, I only have ace high and it's a red ace high, so maybe I just go blasting at this.
Action now on Gros, who has that beautiful looking gut shot straight flush draw and decides to check back. River is the 10 of diamonds, does fill up his straight.
I just want to tell him about the clock.
Action on Estes. Donnie, if we don't fire turn, can we sell some kind of story on the river?
He could sell a story of an ace-king. You know, I think if he's got an ace-king, even if it has the ace or the king of clubs, he can check the turn in this sort of situation.
Instead, he opts to check. Action now on Gros, who, of course, must be feeling really confident here. Despite the board pair, the 3 clubs, and the higher straight possibility, Donnie, there's not a whole lot given the action that he has to be worried about.
1 million.
No, yeah, I think you're just going to try and get some value here.
Gros betting 1 million.
Half pot, and I think this is just a little posturing here from Estes and does go in the muck.
All right, Benjamin Gros takes this one down. Shout out to Katie Hackmeister
Well,
in the
you see
chat.
that
She
the,
says,
the
let's
screensaver
go
thing.
Mike Estes.
I was trying
I have it on. I have it on a good source that is indeed Mike's girlfriend watching. So thank you for tuning in. We also have Alan Pinho in the chat from California watching. B Mule says, "Did you know Yaser is a stand-up comedian?" Well, he told me.
Focus on the wrong things, right?
Former stand-up comedian, but if he's still doing shows, we might have to go check that out. He used to open, or he has opened for Screech back in the day. So Yaser Al-Keliddar might have to break out some jokes here to perhaps
when they ask us, like, what the
get
hand
some
is,
additional
see if
fold
they get
equity.
later. Some of that stuff we had, like you gotta lie and then they gotta see it later differently.
Haven't really thought about that.
Yeah, I was gonna ask him what he had, but I was like, I can look at it later.
Yeah.
Just for a goof.
$400,000.
Fuller is going to keep up the aggression here. Ace-4 off into Estes. Donnie, hands like this can always look tempting. How do we approach this sort of situation?
I think it's pretty clear to just call here and go post-flop. You know, I don't think you really want to 3-bet, have to play king-jack off out of position. I also don't think you ultimately want to get blown off your hand should you get 4-bet by the chip leader. There's going to be a lot of times here as well where, you know, Fuller is opening, let's say, like king-7, you know, king-8, king-9, king-10, stuff like that from the button, and then ultimately it comes king-high. You can kind of just cooler him and win a decent pot. So
no c-bet there from Fuller as the action goes check-check. And look at this, Mike Estes is going to take a stab here.
250.
250.
Very small, Donnie. Quarter pot, even less.
a little stab here, just trying to take this one down right here. Of course, if he gets called, he does have that gut shot that he could work with. Could also fire another barrel on the river should he need to. Fuller does come along. So far, correctly sniffing this one out.
7 of clubs completes the board. Fuller gets the check mark with ace high. What's Fuller's thought process, Donnie, calling that bet on the turn? Is the price just too good? You know, is it his range is too wide still? Can we just hope to get the showdown with ace high?
I think kind of a combination of price being really good. You do have the gutter still, you know, should you need it. Ace high can be good. You know, your opponent could just be leading here with
75.
some middling cards that didn't connect, you know, a jack 10, a king 10, king jack like he has. He could lead with clubs possibly. Now the problem is that a club does come in. So with Estes here, which I think correctly kind of assessing the situation, that Fuller doesn't have much of a hand, comes with another shell and gets it done.
Right.
Oh, look at this. Estes getting some chips back, approaching the 10 million chip mark. Estes now back to his starting stack of this final table. Fuller still the one up the most, up 1.9 million since this final table started. Benjamin Gros up 1.8 million. If you're just joining us here, we are live from the PokerGO Studio with the 2024 BetMGM Poker Championship, part of the ARIA Poker Open in Las Vegas. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth will be here until a winner is crowned, and that person will take home $272,000 off of a $1,600 investment. So not too shabby as Hieu Tran finds pocket aces. Nothing out there for anyone. And
Did you say I had you?
Buttons
All right, what's the timestamp on that? What's the timestamp on this so I can, oh, I have my phone. Is there a clock in here?
Well, it's 39 minutes after we started.
All right, I'm gonna go back to that.
I did that
Find you on
math in my
social
head.
media. I'll find out.
My statement already tells you what it is.
All right.
So now that Ed is gone, who's going to crack the jokes?
I think we know it's
He was so fun, dude. I wish he.
Yeah,
if we were mic'd
You're a
up.
little light there, Hugh.
What? For free?
200, and you need it twice.
All right.
Not 101. Come on.
I'm reliving
Hey,
yesterday.
want a hand, you want a
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's what the rough part is about winning a hand from under the gun. You got to put so much of it back in your That's why
I'm watching you on stream. I can see the TV in here.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, no, dude.
Oh, this
Is
is
it
cool.
the cards, live cards, or?
Wow, I
Yeah,
look.
can you see it? No, you can't see it.
Yeah, I
can
can.
see it.
I can see it. Wow, I look so handsome.
Oh, maybe I can tell it before this. This would be great. So we've started the stream.
Players, of course, unable to get any information from the outside world. The feed
400?
that they can sort of peek at is either this feed, which has cards on delay, or it is the live feed without any cards, which is what we usually show inside our studio. So in case you're watching friends or family play at the PokerGO Studio, you can keep an eye on them with the same information that the rest of the world has. Estes with the raise on the button, going for those blinds. Yang Lu comes along with Queen 9 of diamonds in the small blind. And 6, 4, 8, all hearts roll off the deck. Yeah, Lou with a little bit of a double check here. He's like, I have red cards. Are they the right cards? No, they're not, sir. Now, Donnie, this of course not the board you're looking for if you are
250?
the in-position raiser and get called from the blinds, but Estes is going to take a stab.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fine to just take a stab there. Without a heart, or sorry, yeah, without a heart, with a heart, maybe you check behind. Just try and realize that equity, not get blown off of it, but just going to bet there and take it down.
Still six-handed here after the quick elimination from Ed Dixon from Detroit. He was ready to have some fun, but sadly, cards not in his favor. He took home $46,000. Final 6 right now, guaranteed $55,942.
$400,000.
Lou raising it up with ducks, or as Brent Hanks likes to call them, the mallards on the button. Donnie, the min raise, of course, longtime staple of the poker scene. However, with this big blind ante, the price is just so good, Donnie, all the time.
Yeah, but I mean, 9-4 off is just not anywhere near as good of a hand as you want there to continue.
But to my point, there is a lot more to call.
Strangely
yeah,
enough,
with the current
course,
dynamic,
sounds
of course.
the slop machines and everything.
Oh, this is different.
I need that noise.
It's a different
now,
experience.
just
Yeah, this is
like-
just different.
This is sound isolation right here. Like I can't.
I don't miss
I'm just getting used to it.
think I prefer
I'm just getting used to it.
No, I get it, but I'll just say, like, after being used to it for 2 days straight or whatever days.
It's like playing in your friend's basement, like his parents are asleep or something like that. It's
I
like,
could
play
use some like
quiet.
smooth jazz in the background.
Sick
or
brag
something,
about having a
like,
friend.
Yeah. Jim Ass, if you're here, talking about you.
What's that like?
Okay.
Yeah, I was like 16, playing.
I mean, what's that like having a friend?
It's not too bad.
Well, you and I are kind of friends, right?
Kinda.
Yeah, poker friends.
Kinda. Yeah. Yeah, you're my friend. I'll round it.
Trent considers it, tosses it. Benjamin Gros with
I'm still
one of the
recovering
harder
from that
small
2-day
blinds to
poker
play at this
elimination
table,
you saw.
being
Oh,
out of
yes,
position
yes,
against the chip leader.
It was a soft tournament, right? That was annoying.
It was. When I sat down,
Power
that's
of
good
being
fold.
Tom.
You never
Fuller
really
gets a
know,
walk.
I don't know people who they are.
All the
And then,
respect.
I was, oh man, I should have registered
on
early.
today,
I missed out on my
In.
bus here, and I'm like,
Locked
man, I'm
in
gonna
today.
kick myself in the foot for not being there earlier.
Yeah.
And I kind of ran good.
Yeah.
That's all it takes.
Good, you got like almost 30, right?
Yeah, I got 25.
Awesome.
We ICM chopped with 3 left. I probably could have played, but I was happy at the time.
Yeah. You got the trophy, right?
The coin.
No trophy?
No trophy. It's a coin. Fold.
You know, I have a Venetian trophy.
I do not have
How jealous would you say you are?
a scale of what?
1 to 2?
1.
Okay.
10 seconds.
1.1.
I kind of like that, Donnie, on a scale of 1 to 2.
That's right.
Narrow range here.
You have 2.9.
I will say, 17 hands in, the atmosphere is getting a bit more relaxed. Seeing some more chatter at the table. Estes and Al-Keliddar clearly not the first time playing together. And Fuller comes in with the limp. Now, Donnie, if we are limped on, do we tend to want to play a bigger pot because we have position? If we're holding his... oh, wow.
I think with this hand, you're just going to put it in. You know, you don't want to... Yes.
I can't divulge that.
Yes, he does.
I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill myself.
God, we don't want that.
So I think
Anyone ever
I'm
died at a final table?
small S surprised that Fuller didn't just jam that in there. I mean, even if you get called 8-6 of diamonds, probably has good enough equity to go up against the short stack there.
If I died at the final table right now, would you guys steal my blinds, or would you just give me like third place?
I thought you were gonna ask, like, would we make sure the money got to your family?
I think you just blind me out.
Yeah, that's what
You take turns.
I mean,
Let's
there
not
would be
think
a,
about that.
there would be a dead stack at the
In
table.
my
though.
head.
It's all right.
Jesus.
10 seconds.
I'm going to go ahead and say that the tournament would probably be postponed for quite some time. I wonder if any of these guys qualified via BetMGM Poker. I know they sent, I think, three dozen maybe qualifiers out here.
As more and more states start to offer online poker, the future of the game looks brighter and brighter, especially if you think
Must
about
be
all those
aces.
online qualifiers.
Must be aces.
Ace deuce.
Ace deuce suited. Suited.
Nice.
Estes now quietly up to over 10 million chips. Al-Keliddar on 16 big blinds or short stack. Hieu Tran on 20 bigs, second shortest. So still some wiggle room for these players, but also wouldn't hurt to find some chips right now. Pay jumps are getting more and more significant, as always, at these final tables. And sometimes you're left with the decision, do I want to play for pay jumps or do I want to play for it all? Some people might say ICM is for poor people.
10 seconds.
Now here's a shoving spot if I've ever seen one, Donnie.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I think he can. He could probably raise this.
All in.
He could jam. I mean, I think if you're raising, you're raise calling for sure. So you can just raise to induce maybe a little bit of looser shoves from your opponents.
Look at this. Lou asking for a count immediately with king 10 off. Lou does have his opponent covered.
And Lou might ultimately come to the conclusion that he doesn't think his opponent is jamming with this strong of a hand, right? He might rather induce it.
Now, if we are analyzing this exact scenario or these exact cards and this situation, do you think Lou is more likely to call a shove or to reshove himself if the button opens?
I think if he had just opened, Lou would probably just call and go post. I mean, there's an argument to be made that he could jam too, but I think it's somewhat like sends the alarm bells off when your opponent comes in from a raise off, 15, 16 blinds from the button. Not that King 10 isn't a hand that you want to ultimately see a flop
right.
with. I think that that's certainly fine.
Well, Lou decides to let it go, and correctly so. He would have been dominated.
I think Al-Keliddar is probably fine with that result. I mean, obviously we know the hand, so he would have been in a great spot had Lou called, but he is still able to add 2.5 big blinds there, so not that bad from him.
Action folding around to Estes on the button. Have seen him get involved under the gun with a7. Have seen him get involved with King Jack, bluffing multiple streets. Cannot imagine someone with his style is going to let go of any button opportunity.
Yeah, especially after Thomas Fuller folds. Thomas Fuller is the chip leader, yes, but once he gets out of the way, Estes is then the de facto chip leader, and he can take that position and start applying pressure to his opponent, which he's going to be doing, as you referenced. I think that a7 raise under the gun is kind of significant for how we're going to see Estes play here, and he's going to look to stay on the gas a bit, which sitting here, being an entertainer, or being a viewer, I should say, sorry, but, it's fun to see. It's entertaining is what I was meant to get at there, so.
Maxwell in the chat says, Vamos, Mike. Great to see people having some support here. OZ Vibe says, Allez, boo-boo. I'm going to assume that is Benjamin Gros. Whenever the Allez starts coming in the chat, it has to be French. Al-Keliddar makes a 450. Still playing that 100K, 200K level.
Notice he did come in for a little bit over min. I mean, this is going to work because no one's got anything.
Well, winning 2 hands in quick succession really helps gather some, stack them up, and now it's Hieu Tran who is the short stack with 17 big blinds.
Vikings -7.
What was that?
Vikings -7, right?
When?
Tonight. Bears.
Oh, I certainly wouldn't bet on the Bears, I don't think. They're a mess. Right.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. You're trying to distract me while it's my turn? Come on, Mike.
100%.
This guy.
10 seconds.
It doesn't seem like the Vikings are actually good, but they keep winning. I haven't really watched any of their games, but I mean, I refuse to believe Sam Darnold is good.
10 seconds.
But some people do like
450.
find it later on in their career.
Right.
I mean,
It's all right.
yeah. I'd tell you the bet of the year. Saturday, take the points with the Steelers against the Ravens because the underdog always covers in that match, in that rivalry.
The Steelers always cover as dogs, too.
You guys heard it here.
Steelers, Ravens.
Fire up those BetMGM accounts.
Going on Steelers.
Yeah.
Steelers
Well, I
as
don't know if you
dogs
get that
versus the
much
Ravens.
down,
Let's go.
but yeah, I bet it last night or this morning. It was +6 or 6.5. I bet it when they played a few weeks ago, and it was great. I had the Ravens or the Steelers +3, and they won the game.
All right.
Thank me
Donnie,
later.
All right.
Donnie, are we in the green this NFL season?
Especially, I like it even
Me?
more because
Yeah?
the
Hell no.
Steelers lost by 14 points yesterday.
I've resorted to just firing
So the public will fade them.
insane
I don't know, I just think
parlays.
Tomlin always bounces back.
Like, I think I had one yesterday that I put together. It was like $10 to win like 47,000.
Oh my God.
I mean, obviously, I'm never going to win it, but it, it'd be cool.
How many legs did you put in?
12. It only let me do 12 max.
Wow. So you're the parlay king now? It's your new thing?
Yeah, I mean, I might as well. I mean, I see all these guys with these screenshots on Twitter hitting these parlays. Why can't I? Why can't that be me?
So it's just like a once a week type thing. Get a 12-leg parlay in there.
Yeah, I mean, I put like 2 or 3 of them in a weekend and just say the hell with it. See what happens.
Well, let's see what Fuller's going to do here with pocket aces. He's going to come over the top. Makes it 1.2 million.
1.2.
And Lou's going to quickly let go of the fours.
Who's your team? The Bears?
Bears, yeah.
That's
But
right.
I bet against them, so.
Oh, you already bet it?
I haven't. I was planning on it because we're supposed to go to the Monday night game. But there's 2 Monday night games.
Yeah. They start like a half hour apart.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Wonder what Easton Stick is up to these days.
Easton Stick.
If he's still in the league.
Easton
quarterback named
Stick
Hieu Tran
reference.
Willis?
Yeah, a long time ago.
I saw him play the Bears at Champaign, Illinois, in like 0-degree weather with my dad, and they didn't have a first down in the first half. It was like 30-something to nothing against Tampa Bay.
You know, yesterday the Steelers only had 2 drives in the second half. It's like the second time that's happened in like 70 years or something. And I had money on them.
Yang Lou makes it 400K with ace-9 suited. Benjamin Gros looks down at king-jack offsuit. Lou under the gun. More trouble than it's worth, Donnie, this kind of hand?
Given how Gros has been playing, I mean, he might just fold this. Yeah, I think he's shown that he's very conscious of the situation as it's playing out, the pay jumps, ICM, all that sort of stuff. So, he's also looking at Lou where, it hasn't yet hit them that Lou opened the queen-6 suited, right? Had he known that, maybe he takes a different approach there. Not sure, but you're looking at Lou, you're like, okay, this guy's coming in under the gun off 20 bigs, probably strong, right? I mean, he was. Ace-9 suited is certainly a strong hand. So yeah, king-jack off. I mean, what are you going to do there? I mean, it's kind of tricky. You still have to factor in the fact that you have Fuller and Estes behind you who have a ton of chips and can hurt you.
Action quickly folds around to Al-Keliddar, and despite him being the short stack, he is one of the more active players at this table. Every time he's entered the pot has been for a raise. He's going to do that once more here, make it 450.
Notice once again, 450 instead of the more standard 400 min raise that this table has been coming with. This one, I would imagine, is getting through. Jack 5 off here for Lou in the big blind. Nope, never mind.
Lou's going to defend the Jack 5 off. Donnie, does that mean that we have plans already?
Plan is to flop something and go from there. This could be that something. 2 pair here for Lou on the 6-6-5. Probably feeling relatively decent about your hand because you can't factor in that Al-Keliddar is opening too many 6s on the button. And he's going to play this big blind range and just come with a lead here.
Now, is he only leading because he flopped something? Or could this been a...
Not necessarily, because this is the type of flop, I think, that
Button,
probably connects with the big blind range much more so than it does with a button open. So even if it were to come, let's say 6-6-4, he could still lead there. Same type of texture.
What are your thoughts so far, Donnie, on this
You
final
guys,
table?
if I win a pot,
I think we've seen
can
some
someone say nice hand?
some creative
'Cause I
play.
feel like
We've
I'm the
seen
only- I feel
quite a
like
bit
I'm
of
the only one saying
aggression.
nice
No.
hand.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
no.
everyone's pretty aware of
Well, I don't expect that from you,
But
Mike.
you have to win
the
the pot shots.
situation that they're in. Now that we lost
Yeah, we-
Dixon, I feel like everyone's kind of been like, okay, it's getting a little bit more real. We're making a little bit more money. The pay jumps are obviously bigger, so
10 seconds.
I think Thomas Fuller, you know, he kind of came in and he was kind of guns blazing in a lot of ways, but he's somewhat backed off a little bit,
No.
and Estes has kind of taken that secondary role, you know, kind of trying to be the
You should say good
secondary
fold.
alpha to Fuller's alpha.
I mean, the possibilities here are endless between Fuller and Estes to
950?
clash in the massive pot.
Are we really going on break in a minute?
No, it's not great.
Okay.
950 here.
Okay.
The smaller size 3-bet in position.
Yeah, this is really small.
What's the bet?
950,000.
Fuller has 75 bigs. Estes has 49 bigs. Are we getting a decent price here, Donnie? If we're Fuller?
How much do you have?
9 million and something.
It's obviously not a delight to have to play out of position, but I mean, I feel like that's close. I feel like you could peel there. Just try and smash something big and go from there. I mean, I know it. Part of it is like you get good value because the raise is small. The other part of it is like, well, this looks super strong because it's so small, right?
Do you go by Ben or Benjamin?
You can choose.
Okay. Benny?
Mark?
Mark is good.
Yeah.
Benny looks like a bit of a dog, no?
Like a what?
A dog.
A dog and Benny the dog? My cousin's dog's name's Benny.
You ever heard?
Benny the Beagle.
Is that a movie?
It could be.
Have you heard of Benny Blanco?
Oh, Benny Blanco, yeah.
Like he's a character in the movie Carlito's Way. Great movie, starring
Al Pacino.
yeah, Benny Blanco from the Bronx. Motherfucker to the max.
Oh, they're gonna beat that out.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the first
Oops.
curse word on stream there.
Sorry, kids.
Come on,
Oops.
Yaser, dude.
Race.
Demonetized Donnie
take me
instantly.
anywhere.
Yeah,
Maintain the
whatever.
level of professionalism, man. Come on.
The blinds are up.
I'm aiming for a level of amateurism.
Estes reminding players that the blinds are indeed up. Playing 125K, 250K with a 250K big blind
500.
ante.
All right.
Action on Tran in the small blind. Donnie, is this the type of spot we need on a 14 big blind stack, or do we still have enough to pass on stuff like this? Like, do we want to run into sixes here?
I mean, I think if you run into sixes, you're fine to take this flip as the short stack.
1.65.
And there is the 3-bet to 1.65. That's going to signal a ton of strength from Tran.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know, and we're never going to know because we're not going to get into his brain,
Nice
but
shot.
is that a 3-bet fold?
Not
I
at all.
can't imagine it is, but, right? I mean,
Really? All right, fine.
I mean,
fine.
it is
Fine.
extremely painful if you get
Nothing for
4-bets
free,
shoved
but-
on it.
yeah,
in this spot.
exactly. That's what I mean. So,
Like, you're saying avoid the heartache and just put it in
Who was
yourself.
it that called someone a narc
Yeah, I
when they were
would
playing last
just
night?
put it in.
Remember that? Is someone? Or maybe it wasn't.
I called someone a narc at some point.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
It's a joke.
Yeah. No, I know.
We had some drama at our table earlier.
We had a little bit of drama.
Yeah.
Let's don't talk about
Oh,
that guy. I don't
oh,
think
that guy?
That guy doesn't need anything to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
He's probably watching this anti-sweating me right now.
He probably is.
Like
He is, I guarantee it.
a time extension narc.
Yeah. Well, it's weird because we were playing differently the first round. It wasn't, you know, nothing was nefarious. 500.
500. Raise.
A little bit of a chatter on a player that did not make it, but clearly had some impact on the tournament last night. Thomas Fuller calling him a time extension narc. Donnie, are you a time extension narc?
Wow, what is that even? Like, I'm going to tell on people if you're using their
Yeah.
time? No, I mean, whatever. You want to know who I will narc on? Is this guy the other day? I don't even know what I was playing. Maybe I was at the win. I can't remember. Yeah, I was at the win. And the level changed, but they didn't announce it. So our dealer dealt a hand, you know, whatever, and dealt another hand because they still hadn't announced it. Okay, fine. This guy got up from the table, walked 100 feet across the tournament room to find a floor, to tell the floor to announce that the blinds had gone up. Are you a real person?
Oh, man.
He got back to the table, and the whole table was like, dude, what are you doing? Like, what is wrong with you? Why do you want the blinds to go up so much?
Yeah, don't we want the blinds to go down?
Yeah, what? Like, what?
I got a hand developing here. Estes makes it 500K. Fuller defends from the big blind, and we might have a bit of a big stack clash on our hands as Estes continues for 425. Fuller comes along, makes the call. To the turn we go. Ace, Jack 5, Queen now out there. Estes out in front with Ace 6, but this could very likely end up in a showdown chop if we get that far. Donnie, is this a situation of both players not being entirely comfortable, but both players also being like, I kind of got something here. I don't want to just surrender this value.
Yeah, I think it's going to be probably more difficult for, I was going to say, should Estes bet there, for Fuller to continue on the turn, because I think Estes connects with that board more of a nutted fashion than Fuller would calling out of the big blind. So
this card.
Yeah, this card is hello.
3 on the river, giving 2 pair to Fuller.
I think he should go kind of big here.
Just goes 525, and the snap call following here.
2 pair.
Estes taking this one on the chin. No reaction, but that one still got a hurt, and the rich get richer. Donnie, you said to go bigger, or you would like to see him go bigger. What are your thoughts behind that move?
I mean, I think if your opponent has an ace there, you can really target that. I think you can put your opponent in some tricky spots with a hand like a king-queen, for example. I think that's one that I would probably file on the back of my mind, maybe in the front of my mind, you know. Not only if you're Estes, but all the players at the table. Just the fact that of what Fuller's sizing was there. Smallish on the river there with the 2 pair. Getting value, so let's see if he takes a similar approach at a different hand later on, or if he decides to come bigger, you know, and how players can react to that. But that's one of the sizing things, you know, you just kind of want to always pay attention to. Not only pay attention to, okay, yes, this guy river 2 pair and bet it. Okay, but, you know, pay attention to the sizing as well.
10 seconds.
Small pairs feel rather unplayable at times. Gros lets it go. Action now on Fuller in the small blind. Fuller, to me, Donnie, has the type of table presence of wanting to make something happen. He's looking for opportunities.
He looks like he wants to pounce at every occasion.
I mean, that's the right attitude to have, especially when you're the big stack. You know, you got to just weigh your options a bit more aggressive, towards the aggressive side. There's just so much possible with those chips.
10 seconds.
And Tran, you better not wake up with king on me again.
Tran
I
gladly
got him twice right when I got moved to that table.
picks this one up.
That was pretty fun.
I'll take him right now. They haven't had him yet.
Coming up on hand 30 here at this final table. Once again, if you're joining us right now, we are live coming at you from the PokerGO Studio in Las Vegas.
I maybe could have busted you if I played it a little differently.
Needle.
It's like I'm needling myself.
Al-Keliddar, meanwhile, all the way down to 11 big blinds after a rough orbit. Benjamin Gros finds the goods. Donnie, as they say in French, this hand is very gross. That, of course, meaning big in French, which is about the extent of my knowledge. And Fuller here finds a big one too. Ace-King versus Ace-King.
10 seconds.
Potential fireworks here as the chip leader 3-bets in position.
1.2, 25.
Action back around to the French pro. Gros started with 25 big blinds.
I believe this is the first time we've seen Fuller 3-bet. I know he's been active.
All in.
There is the jam.
Moves all in. Call is made, and both players are going to see
Let's agree with the split pot, right?
All the flush
Neutral
draws
news.
available.
All the
Oh
six.
god, all the disgusting flush draws.
Let's sign for the split pot. With me.
I think I would take my cards back and just gamble it. Yeah,
Should have called with 8-3.
Who folded spade?
Where's Mike Postle at?
I think I had 10-4.
Nobody wants to go out in this scenario. Gros saying he'd happily take the chips back. No risks needed to be taken as 9-5 deuce 2 diamonds falls on the flop. Fuller, the only player with winouts.
Really bad.
Turn card is the ace of clubs, and that will lock up the chop.
Go backwards. Put it backwards. Come on.
Buttons, right?
Give us spectators some fun.
Half an hour into the trip, first day I played in the prime, I got aces against aces, 150 big blind each,
Aces versus aces.
and I won.
What?
What?
Oh, we had aces versus aces. The nation?
At our table we did?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't remember that.
Yeah. That was the big blind.
You were in the pot?
Yeah, me and you. We both had aces. You don't have a gun. I guess you don't remember.
Wait, I had aces?
Yeah, we both
Someone-
did. We both did.
What? You sure?
100%.
Like last week?
Yeah.
You and I played a pot and we both had pocket aces?
Yes.
Oh, weird. I don't remember that.
Wow.
That's concerning.
I hadn't seen it in a while. It's the first time I've seen it in a long time.
Al-Keliddar with that poker player special short-term memory loss, Donnie. All we remember are the bad beats.
Well, that's all we ever remember. No one ever remembers the good beats or the good hands.
Action quickly folds around to Estes in the small blind. So far, chips are moving back and forth on the table, but no major risks are being taken. So still six-handed here as we see this limped pot headed to the flop. Ace 6-4, 2 spades on board. Both players with a little bit of a piece here. Estes bets 250. Lou's going to come along and make the call with his pair of sixes. Turn pairs the board.
See if Estes wants to continue firing here. Of course, does have that gutter. Probably worth noting that the 7 and the 8 are over cards to that 6 out there. Would think the 4 is probably favorable to Lou more so than Estes.
Check, check on the turn. Queen of clubs completes the board. Donnie, how confident is Lou going to be in his 6 here?
I mean, all right, but it, depends on sizing. If Estes does come with a bet, check, check, and Lou's going to win it.
All right, nice pickup here for Lou.
Buttons are up.
And after going through the blinds, Al-Keliddar now down to 10 big blinds, just a hair above. Danger zone for him incoming.
Tom, did you bring enough for everybody?
I brought one other one.
What did you bring?
Well, it's like
I got these at 7-Eleven before the
Looks nice.
on the way here. You want it?
no, I was just joking with you. Thanks.
Is that a cheese stick?
I think
You're a
so.
gentleman
Oh, I love a cheese stick.
and a scholar.
I'm actually a teacher.
Oh yeah. What do you teach?
What did you teach?
Elementary school.
Cool. You still do?
Occasionally, yeah. More tutoring.
Cool.
Well, Donnie, he's trying to school these boys here.
That's right.
Were you a good teacher?
Depends who you ask, probably.
I used to do tutoring also.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
What'd you tutor?
I think it was mostly algebra. It was a long time ago.
Algebra's my favorite.
Yeah.
Teach.
I was always pretty good at math. I tutored a kid when he was 13, and now we're buddies. His name is Jake, and I see him at the card room back home.
Oh, yeah?
We hang out, and I'm friends with his whole family. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Action folds around to Lou.
I'm tutoring a kid right now, and
Raises it up.
probably
700.
over the first 4 hours that we played, heads up, he beat me.
Oh yeah.
He was ahead after like 4 hours, and then
Sorry.
I got it back in one session.
Turn
though.
to go.
Shout out, Owen.
Nice.
Shout out Jake.
How many people are watching you today?
I don't know.
I texted both of my friends.
What do you do?
You already said earlier you didn't have any friends.
I got
One
two.
of those is a lie.
Yeah.
Ben, I texted both of my friends. Told them to watch. Yeah.
Wow. Fuller
Raise.
just keeps picking up hands. Ace, queen of hearts here. Makes it 500K. Always feels funny when you can raise with just a single chip. In this case, those red chips are worth 500K apiece. The yellow ones are 100,000 and the purple ones are 25K. Donnie, up until the red chip, these are the chips we are very familiar with. Usually we see those white 100Ks come into play. I do like the red.
I like them too.
Action folds to Gros in the big blind with king 10 off.
10 seconds.
And this is probably one of those situations that I mentioned earlier where the price is just good. Only have to pay one big blind to play for a pot that's already basically 5 bigs on the flop.
True.
Yeah, good price. Certainly good enough hand. Gonna get in there for one more big blind, of course. Flops well here, does Gros. Top pair. On a texture too, where I think Fuller's just gonna be c-betting probably his entire range. You know, the king 9-6 rainbow is gonna favor the opener, especially from under the gun a bit here. So Fuller does do just that.
Now, how do we proceed here for Gros? Like, of course, my instinct says you can only call. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe if you're playing for chips, you want to take a little bit of a different approach. But I think here in this world of ICM and the pay gems at the final table, and especially knowing how Gros has approached things so far, call is the clear path for him.
Gros comes with the second check action on Fuller, who did not pick up additional equity on the turn. He opts to check back. Now, if we're Gros here, Donnie, are we going to go for the triple check in hopes of Fuller trying to get some creativity on display, perhaps, or do we have to do our own betting most of the time?
I think you probably want to do your own betting here. I mean, just if you figure your opponent's going to be checking behind ace highs on this river, if he's not going to go to value town with a hand, let's say you got lucky against the flop, like let's say 2 jacks, right? Is he going to bet those for value? If you lean that he's not, bet your own hand for sure and try and get called by those hands, which I think might be an understandable call given the ace high here.
And 1.4 million is the bet from Gros. Now, what sort of hands is Fuller beating here that would take this kind of approach?
You know, he might be up against, I mean, the 7-8, some sort of Jack-10, Queen-Jack, Queen-10 combo, especially if those hands are suited with backdoors. You know, even a hand like a 10-8 or a 10-7, like if you have a 10-7 of clubs, 10-8 of clubs, stuff like that, you know, could peel the flop for the small sizing, try and turn some additional backdoor equity. Then you get to the river, you know, you're left with a bad high card hand, and you're going to try and bluff at it. So, of course, we know Gros has value, yes, but that's what Fuller's trying to figure out here. And worth noting that I don't think anyone's seen Gros get out of line at all. The only time we have is when he 3-bet that ace deuce right off the bat. So Fuller does correctly sniff it out here that this might lean a little bit more value than not.
Can you guys believe that 2 people had the same hand and neither of them said, "You play that garbage"? It might be like the first time in poker it's ever happened.
And also probably not a spot where Gros is coming with a bet like that with just a 9, right? So.
Hey, Hieu, you know, Ben lives in Tallinn. You know where that is?
Did you look him up, or did you guys
told
talk about this? Okay, I was
we go way back.
France.
Like he lives in Thailand.
Intel
We
is
are
a part
friends
of
since
this,
like
but
it's been years now.
damn.
Like,
What was it?
we know each other. It's been like years. Like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You know where that is, though, Tallinn?
Oh, he has a good memory.
Estonia?
Like,
Yeah,
it's nice.
it's on.
It's the capital.
Tallinn.
Yeah,
Tallinn.
But you're from
Uh,
France?
I'm French, but I live in Estonia since 3 years now.
Nice.
I'm a true American. I have no idea where that is. Clue.
Even me, before to go, I wasn't sure exactly where it was. Like it's not.
It's one of the Baltic states.
Yeah, it's
It's
geography.
like there is Finland. It's just in the south, at the opposite of the Baltic Sea from Finland.
What made you move to Estonia?
3 years ago.
Why?
What?
Yeah, why?
Cards.
Oh, okay.
Better than France?
Yeah, France is not easy. Taxes are pretty high in France.
Oh, okay.
Estonia.
There is not that much French player staying in France. Like, it's complicated.
Is there lots of poker in Estonia?
There is a live festival, but I play mostly online. But there is
Yeah,
a
I
live
guess I'll play
festival
online, yeah.
called Kings
What's-
of Tallinn.
What
twice a
site
year.
do you guys play? Do you play on?
I have access to kind of everything, like European, like Poker Stars, GG Poker, Party Poker, iPoker. So I have the choice. It's cool.
All right.
All the stuff that we used to play.
Yeah.
Way back in the day.
Yeah.
Gross's 2 largest scores came from the Kings of Tallinn Festival, 2023 and 2024, about 60K each.
I think I logged into PokerStars like a couple years ago to see if my screen name still worked, and it does.
Yeah.
They kept it.
Yeah, I play in a home game club on there. I'm down a lot. It's like a mixed games club.
No kidding. Never would have believed it.
Yeah. Well, that's hurtful.
Blue with the raise here. Queen 10 suited. Comes in for the minimum. Fuller also with the suited queen, but an inferior one out of the small blind. Let's see what his approach is here with Queen 9 of spades.
So
He does get out of the way.
No, not us, just me.
You said let's.
Well, I meant the royal we, if I'm using that correctly. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna fold.
Good fold.
Thank
Lou
you.
takes it down.
Nothing like positive reinforcement.
Couple of jacks
500.
here for Tran. Min raise announced, 500K. Couple of nines for Gros, so pair on pair. Let's see how this one develops. Tran did come in from second to act.
10 seconds.
Gros here in the cutoff seat.
Call.
Opting to call. We saw him take this approach earlier with 2 nines, just calling a raise. Now Al-Keliddar here in the small blind. He is the shortest stack with 8 big blinds. And look at him use the discipline and get out of the way. Heads up here. 1.625 out there. King 5 deuce with a couple of diamonds. The jacks are best for Tran. He also has that jack of diamonds in his hand. He's going to start this one off with a check, and Gros is going to go to his cards. Does not have a diamond in there.
How much you bet?
I haven't yet.
Oh, I thought you did.
I thought I'm going to use whatever I want here.
I thought I saw your name on the list. Oh, it must have been this list that I saw your name on.
Throw it on the Vikings.
Check, check. Queen of
It's
spades
97.
comes on the turn.
I don't know.
So they're playing in Minnesota, right?
Yeah.
Probably another card that
Yeah, I
Tran
already
doesn't really like to
Pick
see.
one out by the,
Another
Bears
overcard to
and
his
China.
jacks.
Mhm.
Might be thinking in his head, you know, these damn
Have you
jacks.
been to any games this season?
It's always these damn jacks. There's always
You should watch
overcards.
NFL games. I watch
Anytime
them
you try and
NFL.
play jacks, you play them the wrong way.
good, right?
Nothing ever
You don't
works.
watch all the games, man. You got fantasy. you got
Check, check
pool, you
again.
got,
6 here on the river.
Bets.
Survivor is great.
Survivor, yeah.
I got tortured in Survivor this year, but usually it's like
Jacks.
Check, check, and the jacks are going to be good for Tran.
Bud's right.
Just got prettier and prettier. King, then queen.
Just jacks, huh?
Just jacks, but not a fun board for it.
Just jacks.
Nice pick up there for Tran.
I think it's a
Shout
fun-
out, by the way, to Tam in the chat. Says, why people stop watching streams like this? Quiet and
Yeah.
boring. Just commentating is not
Jacks
entertaining.
is-
Hey, man. Thanks for hanging out.
These guys have been somewhat chatty, though.
Yeah, they've been good.
They haven't been.
It's been a fun table so
Yeah.
far.
Blinds are up there, huh?
They keep going up.
If you're just tuning in, we're streaming this entire final table until we crown a champion who will take home $272,000. Quite a nice ROI on a $1,600 buy-in. I wouldn't want to call it life-changing money, but it's definitely the kind of result that can turn your year from a negative to a positive, might boost the bankroll heading into 2025. The time is now, Donnie, to get that money right, because we have so many events coming up here at the studio. It's going to be an action-packed year in 2025.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. Next up, PGT Last Chance leading into the PGT Championship. All of that in January. So
Yeah.
as soon as we turn over to a new year, the studio is going to be hopping, man. Let's
I got
go.
fans.
Got
You
some
got
action
fans?
developing here.
I got fans.
About to say, we found the guy in the room with friends.
Only fans?
Yeah, that's all. Said they'd stop by and they came through. I'm about to go out and say hello.
I don't have fans, but I have an OnlyFans.
We can't like leave even during the game, can we?
Yeah, let him get blinded out. Yeah, it's no problem.
Okay, I was wondering.
Don't hold
You
him
can do
out.
whatever you want.
He wants to step out.
It's your
I'm
stack.
going to take the no on it. You're not actually going to do that, though, right?
No, never
Skip
know.
hands?
No. If I want to go out and say hi.
Yeah.
I remember when
It's 20
world
minutes left,
famous
basically.
Pat Lyons won his World Poker Tour title.
Miss
believe
Silver,
it
we're
was
going to break in 21
The bike,
minutes.
maybe? Or was
Right.
it Shooting Star? I can't remember. But at the final table, he was just effing off. Like, he would go, like, in the back and talk to
know if I can see
production.
it.
Like, he would, like, for, like, 20 minutes at a time. Just, like, leaving the table. won the tournament anyway. It just didn't matter. But he would just get up and leave, walk around. Like, he'd be standing talking to the fans, like, while they were, like, folding his hand at the table. And no, it just didn't matter.
Kind of like Ed Dixon yesterday, who was feeling sick and running back and forth to the bathroom, but ultimately did make the final table. Unfortunately, we lost him in 7th place. Gros now continuing to raise, makes it 500K. Tran in the big blind.
10 seconds.
A6 looks like he's going to play.
Yeah, another spot where you're getting a good price here, facing that min raise. I know it is from under the gun, but gonna come in there with the ace, and he flops it. Ace 9-4. Top pair for Tran. Not much there for Gros, but being the under the gun raiser on an ace high board like this, Gros might decide to fire a continuation bet. And there it is. He comes very small, 300K. Tran is in there. Queen of Hearts on the turn. Neither player here has a heart in their hand. Tran checks once again. Gros does turn a gutter here. Jack on the river would give him a straight. With that improvement in some equity here, let's see if he wants to just check it behind or if he continues to fire. He's going to take the second option, and I like it. You know, this is a type of texture where you can certainly target some 9s. You can put a lot of pressure on some medium to low aces like Tran has. Being the under the gun raiser here, you're probably going to have the much better hands that connect with this board in a greater fashion. So really going to leverage this position, leverage how the hand played out, knowing that Al-Keliddar is over there with 7 or 8 big blinds. But Tran, so far, strong to the test, makes the call once again. Deuce of diamonds on the river. Now let's see if Gros has it in him to fire a third shell. He does not. Checks behind. He's going to see the bad news.
What a turnaround for Tran here. From the short stack to now being a real contender, up to 32 big blinds, over 8 million for the very first time. And I said it already, his girlfriend on her way to the studio as we speak. She's going to be in for some good news here if he can keep this up. Her birthday is tomorrow, and this, of course, would be an amazing present for her if he can take home the 2 trophies that are up for grabs here. One, of course, the championship trophy for this event, but also an additional ARIA Poker Open trophy up for grabs for the winner of this event today. By the way, if you're catching us on YouTube, PokerGO, or on the BetMGM YouTube channel, please make sure to smash that like button. Subscribe to our channel. We have daily new clips on our PokerGO YouTube channel coming out. We have lots of compilations from 2024, as well as some of your favorite poker hands from the past. It is a nice blend between old and new. So if you are a poker fan, make sure you're subscribed to our YouTube channel.
Fuller here comes in with the raise. King 6 of spades under the gun. Gros is going to come along also with spades and dominating spades. Ace 7 from the big blind. 4-3 deuce here with a couple of diamonds. Action over to Fuller. Looks like he wants to bet at it, and he is going to. 525, and it's going to be a fold from Gros. 16.4 million now for Thomas Fuller. The former professional poker player turned elementary school teacher turned data scientist turned professional poker player. Full circle. All right, Al-Keliddar. See if you have anything here under the gun. Sub 10 big blinds. Elects to put the queen nine off into the muck. Estes here finds a queen
Raise.
7 suited and comes in with a raise. Maybe getting a little antsy is Estes. You know, he hasn't been involved in kind of these recent goings, but finds what he deems as enough of a hand to get in there. Action over to Fuller in the big blind with ace deuce off. Looking over at his opponent's stack.
10 seconds.
Makes the call. So heads up, here we go. 10-5-4, all clubs. No one's got a club. We did see Estes fire on a monotone flop earlier. That was against Lou. Let's see if he takes same approach here. Just try and take a stab here and pick this one up.
Seconds.
325.
325. Seconds.
A little bit of a tank there from Fuller, but he ultimately decides to give it up, and Estes takes that pot and moves back into second place on the leaderboard. Pretty close, though, with Tran. Everyone, of course, trailing Fuller, who's still up over 15 million.
Raise.
500.
All right, Estes with the raise here, 500K, ace, jack off. Tran
1.2.
finds king, queen off, and he's going to come with a 3-bet. We've seen him 3-bet before with the king, queen off, and he's doing it again. Everyone out of the way, back over to Estes. These two are second and third in chips on the leaderboard. And Al-Keliddar is very short now. He just folded his big blind, so he had 8. Now he's down to 6 big blinds for the next hand. That's not going to scare off Estes, though. He's just going to flat out of position with the ace-jack off. Juicy pot up over 3 million out there, and this can be a very spicy flop. Jack 10-4. Top pair, top kicker for Estes. Open-ended with 2 overs for Tran. Tran in position as the 3-better.
$750.
750.
750 from Tran, so he comes with 25% pot. Now, what is Estes gonna do? Probably lean that he's just gonna put this in.
10 seconds.
He is reaching.
Yeah,
Looks more like a call.
It's a raise.
Oh, wow.
I was gonna say that's two. So he just clicked it. Or did he try to click it? He didn't do a full raise.
1.5 minimum.
Yeah. So it's like 15.
I'm confused.
Wow.
So 1.5.
So now he is
Yeah.
forced to make the minimum raise.
I'm curious to know if he meant to call or if he meant to click it.
Was it like the accidental extra red chip makes it 1.25, which is not a legal raise?
Yeah, I mean that math adds up, right? So maybe he didn't mean to just call here. And now, I mean, Tran has
wow.
to call. He's priced in here to try and drill this, of course.
I mean, total shenanigans unfolding here. We might never hear the full story on how that flop check raise or call came to be, but a very important turn card coming off here. And Estes, top pair, top kicker, still out in front. He has to pounce here, right, Donnie?
Yeah, and I think you probably feel all right jamming here.
Estes letting the clock run down, and he does decide to move all in. Tran got a cheap look at the turn card, but the river will be very expensive. He's thinking to himself, man, open-ended 2 overs. If only I could see that river card, but he knows that would be for his tournament life.
10 seconds.
Bit of posturing here, Donnie, from Tran.
Fold. Nice hand, Mike.
Decides to let it go. And Estes now up to 12 million, contending for the chip lead. And Tran, having quietly chipped up from 5 to 8 million, now back down to where the common man live in that 20 big blind range.
It's a big swing there.
That is a huge
Are we all
swing.
done getting time extensions?
Yeah.
How many more do you want?
I can be very slow. I've been fortunate in this tournament not to have two. Yeah.
Lou on 25 bigs, flying
Raise 500.
big slick. Comes in for the race at 500K.
Seconds. Raise 1 million.
Oh, look at this, Donnie. What are we dealing with here? And Al-Keliddar finds pocket eights in the small blind. He, of course, will feel as though he's missing out on something.
Fold.
Very interesting min or small 3-bet here.
Yeah, I think Gros is just approaching this and putting this one in the 3-bet fold category. You know, it's
10 seconds.
not sure if he has knowledge of the Queen-6 hand yet, but if he does, then he might say, okay, this guy has the capability to open a little bit wider, so let me 3-bet this one in position. Possibly worst case scenarios, I have to play ace-10 off or in position against Lou, which can be fine. You know, if he goes all in, I'm just going to fold my hand. I'm not going to jam myself, given where Al-Keliddar is in chips. So,
Well, Lou pulls the trigger, and Gros gets the news that he was not looking for. Decided to let it go, and he now the second shortest stack at this final table. Nice little pickup there. Lou up to 8 million.
And we'll never know, but Al-Keliddar could have dodged one or could have doubled up, you know?
That's true.
You don't think I saw you out of the corner of my eye? I got great peripheral vision.
It's an underrated skill in this game.
And in life.
The vulture's circling you.
Pre-flop investor in the chat saying, I was just there with Ed. What up?
Let's have a look.
Nice meeting you out there in the lobby earlier today. Unfortunately, Ed couldn't make it happen.
For the cameras.
Hope you guys have a safe trip back to Michigan. A bit of a flop here. Estes open-ended. Lou with 2 pair. This blind battle could get very interesting. And look at this. The deuce of spades hits on the turn.
You know, I thought about the.
Estes makes the 6-high straight. Lou still sitting there with 2 pair.
That's what I was
3 of
thinking
these
about,
events.
too.
Yeah, I barely slow.
And then now entering the last day,
Exactly.
if you
Yeah.
go deep, I mean,
Yeah. It's like just
Estes
no
checks
break.
again, and
You
Lou
play
checks
decent.
back. Doesn't want to run into a 5.
I was
Cause a
playing
lot of trouble
prime-
for himself.
prime 5 straight days, too, so,
You did?
yeah.
Does 2 pair have any sort of strength left here, Donnie, or
How far did you get?
are we just too
200
often
something.
going to run into that stray 5 here from the small
Just
blind?
Exciting.
I mean, it's going to be a guessing game if Estes does come out with a
That
bet
was this
here.
year?
Yeah.
Cool.
10 seconds.
1.2.
1.2.
This feels greedy to me. Almost full pot. And he does
Oh!
call it off.
Wow. Lou snaps it off, and Estes with a boatload of value with his straight here. Well done, sir. Estes
get the
reading it
button.
correctly.
And I with the button.
You get everything.
I mean, he called so fast, I'm wondering if he could have went for more. 150% pot or something like that, you know?
Seated between the 2 big stacks. Al-Keliddar on just 5 big blinds.
Three more minutes, guys.
Gros, of course, handcuffed now by the presence of the 5 big blind short stack.
How long have we been playing for?
Almost 2 hours.
I've been nervous this whole time, like it's all a blur in my mind.
Raise.
Raise 500.
Min raise on the button for Estes. Jack 10. Jack 7 suited. And the big blind for Tran.
Call.
Call.
How do you like this from Tran, Donnie, especially given that we have someone with 5 big blinds sitting at the table?
Yeah, I think you get a good price, and the hand is good enough to come along here. I mean, it's not, you're not looking to, you know, flop a 7-high flop and just stack off, yes, but I think you have too much of a hand to just
350.
fold this from the big blind, and he's just going to elect to lead right out, which is interesting. You know, a 9-high board like this, you might think, I'm out of the big blind, I connect more, but yeah, I think you have to factor in that a button opening range is pretty wide, especially from Estes, right? You know, a couple things. One, he's been opening pretty liberally in general. Second, once Fuller gets out of the way, I talked about this earlier, he's the de facto chip leader. So he's going to be pretty liberal. So he can have a lot of 9s in his hand. He could also have better 7s, this type of texture. He can have a lot of draws, which makes things tricky to play on the turn, because on this sort of kind of wet texture, you know, the turn's going to change the dynamics of this board quite a bit, as it does here now. You know, what are you going to do here now with a blackjack 7? Your opponent, I mean, given his hand, he can check behind, yes. He could also just bet. I mean, Estes hasn't backed down from taking any spots so far. And then if he does lean to take the aggressive route, you know, what are you going to do with what is now 3rd pair?
River brings the ace of spades. Does this card help Estes in any way?
Yeah, I think this is a card that he's going to be able to represent. I think it helps him that he has a heart in his hand, blocking some of those flushes for an opponent to possibly have. Not that Tran would necessarily play a flush like this, but I don't think Estes is going to assume that Jack-High is good here, so I don't think he's going to take that showdown value. Again, I think we've seen him take spots so far at this final table, and I think this is going to be one of them.
He is reaching, counting out a bet.
725.
And he bets 725 into 2 million. Action now on Tran. Of course, got to give Estes credit for some aces in his range. Also, doesn't have any hearts to block potential flush draws. All in all, Donnie, just bad news.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to his chips here. This would be a big call if he's able to ultimately put the chips in and make it, but I mean, it's not a fun spot to be in.
Time extension.
Right around 20% of your remaining stack or so. Staring him down.
10 seconds.
Tran just really does not want to be wrong here, and he decides to let it go, and Estes gets away with one again. Very impressed so far with Estes, Donnie. Loose, aggressive, takes the moments as they are presented to him.
Putting the hurt on me, Mike.
All right, man.
I don't like it.
Yeah. You'll get to see the hands. That's the only good thing.
I mean, it's
Bad
pretty
thing,
clear
whatever.
that
Can we use our phones during break?
Estes is here to win, right? I mean, he's not really too concerned. It doesn't seem as just laddering up. You know, he's going to go for it when he needs to go for it, and so far it has benefited him.
Friends out here. I just want to go see what they're doing.
Players stepping out there for some refreshments. We're not taking a break here. We are going to go roll straight into the next level. Once again, my name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth. We're happy to bring you this wonderful final table action of the 2024 BetMGM Poker Championship as part of the ARIA Poker Open here in Las Vegas. We're live, so let us know where you're watching from. $272,000 up top for the winner. $55K guaranteed for 6th place. And we have not seen an elimination in 40 hands. So, Donnie, I'm going to go and bet and say that in the next 40 hands, we'll see 3 eliminations. How about that?
Such a nice guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just like we're just waiting. We're just waiting for the clash, and it could start right here. 5 big lines for our man Al-Keliddar, and he's got ace-6 suited. I think this is going to be enough when you're this short, so send your chips in, sir. Here we go.
Just over 1.4.
I don't know. Table 1, I think, is in the casino, but
Put the pressure on him.
Estes just making his friend sweat a little bit here. Few quick folds to follow here as we are over to the blinds.
You said it's 1.4?
1,425,000.
Blinds, by the way, up to 150K, 300K, with a 300K big blind ante. Action on the French pro Benjamin Gros in the big blind. King
If
8
I show
off.
bluff, is it good for the game?
Yeah, show the 6.
For sure.
I don't
Nice hand, sir.
Thank you.
Listen.
Thank you. There you go. Someone's learning.
We came back a little friendlier.
I still haven't said it.
He refuses to say
I'm
it.
true to my word.
Mike's supposed to be my best friend in the world, and he won't say it.
That's good play.
Thanks.
Good play.
Yeah, I feel like I played that one really well.
Yeah.
Should call you my 9 deuce.
Same hand.
Donnie, I think I found your
All right, let
your
me just do
friend
some
who
counting. Okay, now
gets
I'm
paid to say nice things about us in the chat.
I was just reading it.
Yep. Shout out to Anton in the chat. Says he's never played poker before, don't understand anything about it, but the way the commentators explain everything makes me stay because it's interesting, and thanks to them, I understand. Thank you so much for tuning in. We got Mark in the chat, watching from an airplane. Mark, where are you headed to? DeCave, watching from Summerlin. He says he got knocked out on Friday. What are you waiting for? Get back in the mix. So much poker action in Las Vegas. ARIA Poker Open still ongoing as we speak. And Mike Estes, Donnie, perhaps a little bias, says, my money is on Estes.
I mean, that's great.
I love that.
Well played.
Estes has certainly impressed. He has certainly impressed so far.
I thought you were going to say, has impressed us.
Oh. I missed that one. I mean, I'm not the comedian that Al-Keliddar is.
Exactly.
I got you.
Exactly.
Thank you.
I just saw Al-Keliddar
We go way back.
do the
Yesterday.
You know, you do the hand thing when, like, as a casino dealer.
Yep.
When you pay someone out, you know when I do that too.
When
I give my dog a treat.
I got nothing else.
I give my dog a treat and I show him casino hands. Like, look,
I got nothing.
I'm all out.
I'm done. You only get one. That's it. It's looking like a 2-horse race between Fuller and Estes here. You know, they're kind of running away with things. Everyone else just continues to fall a little bit short.
Donnie, if your name is not Estes or Fuller,
Let's have a look.
would you sign for 3rd place right now?
The first one
Yeah,
is
why not?
really bad. Oh my gosh.
10 seconds.
Go on.
We got the Korean Savage in the chat, says Al-Keliddar is our local MGM National Harbor hero.
Love it.
That's great. The local heroes make the games worth playing.
Everybody having fun?
Yeah.
I think the rich guys.
It's hard to have more fun than this.
This is a blast.
See?
See? Wait till I start losing, though.
That's all I've been doing.
Changes everything.
We got George Giannakis in the chat. Yaser, do it for our alma mater. Go Dukes. Reppin' the JMU on the hat. Donnie, if I gave you a printout of the top 100 college football program logos, how many of those would you be able to correctly identify?
I say.
50? 60?
That's pretty good.
Valley Valley.
50%.
9-5.
There must be so many of them.
For sure.
How's JMU? Is that a big deal?
That means you would have folded if I
don't think it's
No, I would
football.
have called instant.
I'm not a college sports guy.
Pretty
Period.
sure
so.
pretty sure JMU played against my college.
Elon.
That's right. Not that Elon is any good, but
I know. They're not that crazy.
yeah. But this says postponed.
Oh.
James Madison Dukes.
Benjamin Gros, ace queen. Perhaps a bit painful, Donnie, given the stack positions, but must be pretty tough to fold here.
Yeah, I think this is just too much
1.8.
of a hand. You're just going to get your money in. I mean, he's going to come with, you know, the half stack or 3/4 stack, whatever you want to call it here. But I know Al-Keliddar is shorter behind you, but ace queen off just too good. So go with it, sir.
Action on Estes in the small blind with that big stack. Obviously doesn't want to unnecessarily double up anyone here. A6 probably a fair bit too loose.
Yeah, good to put that one just in the muck. And oh, Lou's got a queen jack of diamonds. I mean, this is tough. I mean,
it's basically for stacks.
10 seconds.
And queen jack suited is probably not that hand.
I lean fold, but oh, he's gonna call.
Wow.
Because Gros didn't go all in, remember? So there's still chips to play here.
Let's see your flop.
Yeah, we are. We are going to see a flop. And Lou, with the stone-faced look, staring down his opponent as King 4-3 Rainbow rolls off the deck. Donnie, if we're Gros here, yes, we are.
Nice.
We're going to move all in. And look at this. What a pickup.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're Gros, you love taking that with ace high. I mean, just okay,
You know,
fine.
poker is derived from the French game poker. Isn't that right?
I didn't know about
I thought it
that.
was German.
That's food.
So if I make a comeback and win this tournament, I want to give a shout out to the people of Paris, Texas.
Okay.
It's Paris, Illinois as well.
Did you, when he said poke,
Oh,
did you hear
sorry,
that?
it's mine.
Someone else said, that's food.
Try to pretend.
It is.
I don't know if all the time
We're
I
off
try
the
to-
rails.
I try.
I love
really
it.
have.
We are off the rails.
I mean, that's a super, super meaningful pickup for Gros because he moves into third in chips, ahead of Lou, ahead of Tran, of course, ahead of Al-Keliddar, but
10 seconds.
good spot for him. And speaking of good spots,
Wow.
hello.
It's not fair, Donnie. It's not fair. The big stacks just pick up the big hands.
5. Fold. When I said 5.
So far, it's been
Fold.
Fuller's table. Started as the chip leader. And Tran finds pocket eights in the big blind. Could we see some action here? Donnie,
Well, this isn't fun.
this is not fun at all for Tran. He is going to play it safe. He's going to go see a flop off the 13 big blind stack. Queen, Jack, 7 might be the type of flop that can save him here.
Yeah, I think he's probably done with this hand. And given the fact that he didn't get crazy pre-flop and just came with the call, you know, he's probably just looking to basically set mine here and go from there.
Fuller is going to continue here for 525. Interestingly enough, Fuller and Estes, the only 2 players at this final table who are currently up in chips.
Buttons right.
Even more
You
so
guys
now
want to hear a
that
joke? Please just say yes.
Absolutely.
A man goes to a funeral and he asks the host if he can say a word, and the host says, sure. So the man gets the microphone and he says, bargain.
Just 4.
And the host says, thank you. That means a
Like
great
that,
deal.
actually. That's up to you.
Feel free.
Okay, I laughed.
Yeah. Kind of a thinker. huh?
Oh, gotcha.
I got it.
Man, you guys are tough. Tough poker players, tough crowd.
Well, it's like multitasking.
Well, if anyone's looking for a great deal right now, it's Al-Keliddar on that short stack. Ace 4 off, in my eyes, definitely enough to tango with.
All in.
And there it is. Emphatic.
Just over 1.4.
All in announced. And Lou finds ace-king on the button. Doesn't waste any time. Moves all in over the top. Easy decision for Tran here. With the 4 deuce off, Benjamin Gros last to act here before the all-in showdown will commence. And it is a domination situation.
Same. I hope I win.
Well, I said it first, so I get priority.
Happy chop. I hope you guys chop.
Chop.
Yeah, there are some chops.
No chop, no chop.
Like 4 deuces.
Ben is
Deuce, 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 deuce.
Did I say I hope I win too early? I might have said it too early.
You didn't bring your backpack. You gotta stand up and bring your backpack.
I don't believe in that. I'm not superstitious. I am a little stitious.
Oh, there we go. I could have
Four
seen
ball.
that one coming from a mile away. Here comes the
Oh
flop.
my God. Oh, I got a
King 9
spade.
deuce.
Yeah.
Spades
All right,
in the
that's,
mix
you
here
gotta,
from
you gotta pay me 1 point.
Al-Keliddar.
There's no way I'm missing.
You know,
this.
still
Fun
a
flop.
pretty fair
I
fight
got like
here.
95% of the deck.
96, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right around 90.
37% here for the all-in player.
Boom.
Turn card
Damn.
is the queen of spades.
Wow.
And he
Probably not.
drills it.
Flush, flush.
I'm not falling for that. That was lucky.
And Lou
Nice
takes a
hand,
second
sir.
blow
Thank you.
Nice.
I feel like I worked hard for that one.
in a short span of time.
1.4.
425.
Now down to 2.2 million. He's our new short stack. Damn. The one moment you're just comfortably in third place. The next moment you're the short stack.
I don't know what else to say to that.
I don't know. That's
And
what
Al-Keliddar.
Yeah, I
all the time.
four
I folded
but
a king.
I
Back
can't
in the
stand those
starting
people.
I know. That's what I said. It's
Ben.
like
Oh, but I already can't stand
He
you,
had
so-
hope that he was
I
going to
know.
win.
I folded, I didn't remember.
It came in. It came through.
Blacked out. It was bad, whatever it was.
All right, chat. How many more hands before we see our first bust out? The pots are getting bigger. The stacks are getting smaller at the bottom here. Both Tran and Lou with fewer than 10 big blinds.
I should
Al-Keliddar
go back to folding.
escaping.
Fold.
I mean, listen, it's not easy navigating the short stack. I know he did get lucky there, Al-Keliddar, but he has shown quite a bit of discipline. You know, it's not fun basically getting dealt out and not having really any spots that you can get your chips in. So, yeah, you got to get lucky. You got to get lucky to win poker tournaments. That's the name of the game. It happens. Now we'll see if Lou can get luck on his side after this level hasn't gone his way so far. Ace-8 here. Can probably just put this in. You're the short stack. You're only working with, what, 7.5 bigs here.
10 seconds.
All but one. Lou moves his chip forward, leaving a 25K.
2,150,000.
Oh, excuse me, 100K chip behind. Couple quick tosses, and Fuller looks down at King 6 off.
10 seconds.
Nice hit.
So far, everyone getting out of the way. Over to Gros on the button with a couple of 10s. Nice spot for him. 13.5 bigs.
600,000.
Comes in with the min raise here.
I mean, at this point of the tournament, pocket 10's a monster hand. How do we react here, Donnie, if we get played back at?
Call. Gets it through there, picks up the
Someone's
chips.
got some fans.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Pulling up the deuces. Oh yeah.
Both of my friends are here. That's awesome.
$300?
Yeah.
Oh, geez. Those aren't 50s.
Still only lost one player today. Pretty crazy, right?
Pretty wild. Yeah, we're 54 hands in.
I mean, it's not like super deep, you know. It's
These guys all came to win, Donnie.
yeah. Couple of threes in the muck there for Tran. Couple of sevens here for Fuller on the button. Certainly going to get involved. He is the chip leader.
600,000.
Min raise 600K. We are playing 150, 300K. Uh-oh. This could be bad news for Al-Keliddar. A couple of fours here. He's working on 10 big blinds. He's one of the short stacks here. Yeah, I mean, you've got Fuller, who's opening pretty much at will from the button, quite active. He's certainly the big chip leader. He's going to get called here, yes.
Wow. And Al-Keliddar, fresh off a double up, sticks $3 million in the middle.
Yeah, he's just going to verify the count here, just that it's
I have
not too
four
much,
again.
and
Two of them. Oh,
calls
no.
it off.
The worst kind of
My suits
news.
are blocked. Yeah. It'd be tough to make. A flush is useless.
Al-Keliddar, flushes are the least of his concern. Of course, he was hoping in case he were to get called for an ace, queen, ace,
Hope I
jack,
win.
ace, king type situation.
That worked last time.
Hopes he wins again.
Hey, all you can do is hope at some point. King, jack, 9, 2 diamonds. Backdoor diamonds not an option. Al-Keliddar looking for a 4 and a 4 only, or his day will
Not a
be
four,
done.
Let's make it a queen.
Turn is the 8 of clubs.
Not looking good.
One of 2 cards needed for the all-in player. Are we going to get down to 5? River is the 9 of clubs,
Good game.
and that is it.
Good game.
Yaser Al-Keliddar
Guys, good game. Can I stay and watch, though?
brought the good
I'll leave the
vibes,
seat.
was sat between the 2 big stacks, and ultimately his run in this event will fall short. Bustin' 6th place, takes home $55,000.
Oh, man.
Tremendous result, but of course, you're always hoping for more if you make it to the big stage. 5 players remain, all guaranteed $69,193. Let's hear some picks in the chat. Who's going to take this thing down? Fuller on top with 20 million chips. Estes in second with 14 million. As we take a look at the tournament chip counts, Hieu Tran just below 10 big blinds, basically tied with Yang Lu at the bottom of the counts. And Benjamin Gros, Donnie, in the most interesting position right now, because he's sort of got a little bit of an eye on that 3rd place, trying to lock that in, hoping that Tran and Lu disappear.
10 seconds.
Get those pay jumps.
What are you playing this I know?
3
Well,
minutes.
it's going to get interesting now because he's going to find an ace jack suited. Working with 16 big blinds is the Frenchman.
600,000.
Comes in for that min raise. Have really liked Gross's approach. You know, I know we've talked about Estes, but Gros as well. You know, he's certainly considerate of the ICM implications that are involved here, but he's also been aggressive at times and been active. So
Time extension.
have been a fan of what he's coming with so far. And it looks like Fuller is going to say, excuse me, sir, but I'm the chip leader. Okay, 2.2 million in your face.
Now, this is a very intriguing scenario, Donnie. The 2 short stacks, basically $50,000 worth of pay jumps on the line, and that includes, you know, not only this current level, but also the next. And Gros with ace-jack suited must be considering that.
Yeah, this is a tough spot.
Time extension.
You know, Fuller's been active, yes, but not like terribly out of line here. You got 2 other people with 10 big blinds. Even if you fold here, you're still ahead of them. But do you just think, hey, this is too much of a hand?
All in.
He does. Look at that.
Wow, pulls the trigger.
Well done.
Oh, he said he misclicked.
I'll need to count.
Fuller said he misclicked, Donnie.
How did he misclick?
Wrong color?
Yeah, I'm confused. How did he misclick?
He put 2.2 million out there. Was he trying to make it 1.8? Was he trying to? I mean, can't believe he was trying to call.
I think he just pulled 2 red aside and said that he tried to make it 1.2, so basically just clicking it.
Oh, wow.
4,800,000.
But he made it a little bit larger here, so now he's thinking, well, maybe I'm priced in, but also maybe I'm crushed here.
Now, let's talk about pricing here, Donnie. He's got to call 2.6 to win 10.3.
I mean, if he thinks he's live, you call. Right?
He makes the call. A very unlikely showdown.
And if you're Gros, you hate receiving a call. Even though you're ahead, right? You kind of hate this.
Yeah.
This could get very gross if Fuller spikes some kind of hand that can send the Frenchman to the rail. Benjamin Gros standing up, awaiting his fate, doing all the right things. If he had a backpack, he would grab it right now. 10-10 queen on the board. Very safe. A king would, of course, give Gros a straight, so this couldn't be a whole lot better than it is right now.
Yeah, great spot now for Gros.
Backdoor diamond still in play. Deuce of clubs on the turn.
Even better.
Even better. Wow. Gros picks up a flush draw. Fuller down to just 2 outs. 5 of hearts, 5 of spades. River is the king of spades. And a little fist bump there from Benjamin Gros as Fuller is muttering to himself. He said, that's so bad.
Yeah, shaking his head there. Just hates that he
block out
admittedly misclicked.
Yeah, really good flop.
That's a hell of a flop.
Also bet.
And then the turn too. Yeah, you take even more outs.
Yeah, clean.
Listen, it's a mistake. It's a costly mistake. You did double up Gros. He's up over 10 million.
Yeah.
But forget about it. Next hand, you're still the chip leader, right?
The board was really comfortable for me.
Oh yeah.
Try and not let it derail your whole
Not
tournament
good
because you
anymore.
still are in the pole position here. Is Fuller.
Did you think it looked like I was trying to commit, or?
It was like a weird size you didn't do before, so I was like, it's strange. When it's strange, yeah, I don't know.
Super awkward.
I don't fold the second when it's strange.
Yeah.
That's my
Okay,
secret
Elkie.
process.
Sick hand, sick hand.
Well played.
So bad. Well played.
Also might be blind.
Yeah, by the way.
Fuller's about to explode here, Donnie.
Yeah, he's definitely not happy with himself, but you got to put it behind you. I know it sucks to make mistakes like that, but you absolutely have to just try and forget about it. And Estes here going to wake up here with a couple of cowboys.
Raise 600.
600.
Min raise on the button. Lou is in the tank here. Does he have something to play with? He's got 8 big blinds. Active player on the button, and there goes Lou's chips. Don't know his hand just yet, but he's of course going to run into it unless he's got 2 rockets under there.
Tran with ace-9 of hearts.
This jam from Lou might have saved Tran, because Tran might have ultimately decided to go with his hand facing the button open from an active Estes. And he does get out of the way.
Good luck, guys.
Snap call from Estes with pocket kings.
So look,
What's he got?
Better
Ace.
than ace king.
At least an ace.
Looks like ace.
Okay, I hope
Ace
I
nine
win.
7 off.
I can take this one. You don't.
Yeah, it's all you. I'm good. I
Anyway.
just wanted a water bottle. That's all.
Yeah, A7 off. Backpack on, standing up, pulling out all the stops here is Lou. One ace, of course, is dead from Tran's hand.
Estes in a great situation here to reduce this field to the final 4. Lou's been involved in plenty of exciting hands. Can he make this one an exciting sweat? And it's ace 6-8.
It's the backpack. It's because he put the backpack on.
Grab the drink.
Yeah, he's halfway out the door.
Yeah.
Notice he hasn't sat down yet. He's following this one through all the way to the river.
All-in protocol enabled here for Lou. Estes down to just 2 kings. Of course, he can stomach the hit. But this would definitely hurt. Deuce of hearts on the river, and Lou's going to be able to sit back down. Backpack back in its place.
Here's 2. Got 2.
I had ace 9 of hearts.
Let's give him
So the 2 biggest stacks taking 2 hits recently. Fuller, of course, with that misclick against Gros. And here, Estes, his kings go down to Lou.
Where everything comes together.
Yep. That's him.
Thanks.
You had to do it.
Is Tran's girlfriend here yet? Because he's getting kind of short over there. Like, yeah. Well, what's going on here? Like,
I think he told me she lands at 3:30, so she might be here. She might be on her way. But either way, Donnie, when you're cashing for 69,000,
no, I would never. I would never say it to either one of you. I don't want anybody to.
You're fine. I don't matter to me, man. It's fine. It's what it is, man.
I mean, it's a good fold.
Yeah, I just told him it's like exactly. It played itself. Sure, I did the same thing. Everybody here would probably do the same thing. No big deal.
Jack 7 suited here for Fuller.
10 seconds.
Going to come in with the raise.
Don't have him twice in a row.
Seconds.
I mean, we've seen Lou make aggressive moves before, Donnie.
Time extension.
Lou is not of the school of folding. Looks
Definitely not. I mean,
time extension.
Well,
here we go.
All of a sudden, we got 3-way action here. Very unlikely scenario given the stack sizes.
Oh, and there's a 4. And Fuller's probably thinking in his head, well, what did I just start?
I mean, Tran, a happy spectator here, hoping that something or someone will clash or blow up. Lou in a great situation to pick up some additional chips. Gros, by the way, not in the worst of situations, especially if he can peel a dime or a club, but he doesn't. It is a diamond. Set of 4s looking extra strong now.
It was a very quick check back from Lou. Still straight draw for Gros. Now a straight draw for Fuller.
Seconds.
Of course, Fuller and Gros not inclined to make this pot any bigger than it needs to be. Lou has got to build this pot on his own.
1,400,000.
Comes with about 2/3 pot here. I'd expect both players get out of the way.
just tuning in, we are live in Las Vegas, PokerGO Studio, BetMGM Poker Championship. $272,000 up top. Thank you all so much for joining us. Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. I'm pretty sure lots of friends and family tuned in. Fuller, by the way, despite the misstep versus Gros, still the chip leader.
10 seconds.
$2.2.
It's like I'm tipping him. Yeah, I'm trying to give him the chip instead of the cards. Like, give him a tip. Thank you for keeping me alive for one more hand. Too much table game action.
Perhaps the dust settling a little bit from all the recent action. These players have put up $1,600 to play in this event. To then have a chance to win $272,000 is quite incredible. Donnie, a lot of times we see high roller events here at the studio. The flavor of this event just completely different, and I love the fact that we can showcase a tournament like this as we stumble upon a major situation. Lou raises it up with 9s to 600K. Tran finds jacks. Pair versus pair. The short stack well out ahead here now.
Time extension.
Yeah, I can only imagine Tran's going to ultimately decide to 3-bet jam this, and then, you know, pending what the other players do, would guess a call from...
Oh, all but one.
Yeah, all but one.
Tran slides forward a big pile, leaves one chip behind in case of emergency, and Estes, first card might have been an ace. It was. Ace-8 for one of our bigger stacks. It went from anticipation to a bit of posturing. Of course, Ace-8, not the type of hand you want to tangle with. And now the action back on Lou. He's going to move all in, and Tran's going to call it off for that final chip. And we're going to have jacks versus 9s.
Kings?
The short stack well out in front.
Oh, jacks. Okay.
6.7 million in the middle. Now, Lou, of course, not at risk, so not grabbing the backpack. But Tran, on the other hand, sitting still, stoic, hoping for those jacks to survive. Ace, 10, king, a good start for the man from Portland. Lou needing a 9 and a 9 only to reduce this field to the final 4. Turn is the ace of hearts. Situation remains unchanged. It's quiet in the room as we await the river card. It's the deuce of hearts.
Much.
Action will continue with 5 players. Tran finds himself a double up, and now it's Lou who's back in the short stack position.
9, 75.
I'll give you the purple chip if you would again. Maybe I'll take it too.
It works. It works.
It worked. Yeah, I told you,
It might
it's
work. You
not
never
blind,
know.
dude.
Just a 25.
You'll get it back, and then some.
And then some, yeah. ROI is solid on that one chip.
You're getting the full experience today.
What is it?
You're getting the full experience up and down.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You're more the.
Riding that.
Yeah, you're playing.
Comfort zone is,
Yeah.
is for me.
Yeah.
Actually folds the fuller on the button. Donnie, do you think he's moved past the mistake yet?
I hope so, right? I mean, don't like to see anyone dwell on a past mistake.
Oh, wow, look at this. Lou shoving with sevens. 22 big blinds. Excuse me, 13 big blinds is the shove from Lou.
3,775,000.
We're gonna be live here plenty of time, right, Donnie?
I mean, you don't love it. I mean, you're gonna be live at times, yes. You're gonna be behind at times, yes.
Time extension.
Luck,
He
guys.
makes the call.
Good luck.
Lou at risk with pocket sevens.
That's sevens? Okay.
He's out in front.
It'd have to be. I just want to double check. I was like, it's
8 million in the middle. Big coin
Like,
flip.
no.
Lou opting not to go for the backpack. Let's see if he can be victorious without
Well,
some
I mean, you
superstition.
gotta put the backpack on.
I mean, yeah.
It's a rule.
If it works once, why not do it again? And the
Told
king
you.
flops for fuller. And the seven of spades has been folded, so if there was ever a time for superstition, it's right now, as Lou looks for his final remaining out to stay in this tournament.
The 7 cards, you could be taking them back.
Yeah, that's true. And put them to use.
9 of spades not going to do it. We're awaiting the river card.
Oh my god, yes.
It's the queen of spades.
Pleasure.
And Yang Lu will be our 5th place finisher. He takes home $69,193.
I'm trying to see what we do. These guys are
Benjamin
killers.
Gros with a smile on his face as we are down to 4. The final 4 guaranteed $91,000. Donnie, Hieu Tran's girlfriend, when she arrives here, is going to be very pleasantly surprised.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We've upgraded from the steakhouse to catch over the course of this last hour. Hieu Tran on 22 bigs, the short stack at this final table. But at this point, you got to just be lucky to be or happy to be here.
Middle table here, got a lot more
67 before
space.
this. So, yeah, 6. Basically 61.
You guys down there, I'm down here. 4-handed.
Yeah, this table's literally a football field, dude. Like,
It looks like a football.
It's huge.
The middle looks like a football.
6.
600,000.
Min raise here from Gros, 10-8 suited.
All right. Fold.
Yeah, take it.
Hieu. Oh, bang. Oh. Oh, shit. I'm sorry.
I appreciate the thought.
I tried.
Yeah,
I did try.
Yeah. I'm always down with saving money, bro.
Intercepted.
It's good. Yeah, that's good. That's a good interception.
50-yard pass.
Yeah, that was.
After all those
That was
purple
Jameis
chips,
Winston
I try to
pass.
throw you, man.
Cutler.
$600,000.
Seconds.
1350.
1,350,000.
Fuller comes in with the raise with Jack-9 off, and Estes hits him with a 3-bet with a couple of 5s, staying aggressive as we have known Estes to be at this final table. And King-Queen suited for Gros here.
10 seconds.
1,000,000 350.
1,350,000.
Thank you.
Confirms the 3-bet amount.
Time extension.
To 850.
2,000,000.
Wow, look at this. The cold 4 from Gros. I would say correctly snuffing out this situation here. Like, just
What's the count? 2-8?
2,850,000.
Okay.
4-bet is to 2,850,000. That knocks out Fuller, of course. Action back on Estes with a couple of 5s.
Time extension.
I get 30 seconds now, right?
30.
Seconds.
Into the muck it goes from Estes. Well done there by Gros. And he's now up to 12 million in second place. That pushes Estes down into third place, but still working on 9.5 million is Estes, so
It's
plenty
not
of chips there
innocent.
with-
He has 15% of this.
50 or 15?
15.
1-5?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's only interested, not a friend at all.
I got you.
Oh, he's listening. It was a joke, Vincent. There is Mike. But I have 15 on his 10K at the win.
Nice.
He's going to win it, so pretty fair.
Hope so, man.
600,000.
Pretty fair.
Beautiful thing. Both friends have some energy.
Seconds.
Estes right back on the gas here. Jack 8 suited in for a raise.
I mean, I'd like to play it, but I'm just so burnt out, you know what I mean? Like,
Oh, now it's too late. I don't know what time is it, but
Fuller defends. 6-4 off. And he flops trips. 9-6-6. Fuller checks in flow here over to Estes. I feel as though Estes is just 100% C-bet. Just
Is in
doesn't
25
matter. If
minutes
you
for
if he
real?
raised
Oh,
pre-flop,
it's-
he's coming
it's
after
okay.
it on the flop, and he's going to do that here.
okay, thank you.
450 is the bet. You know, Fuller could pounce right now. Just come with a check raise, and then we'll see how things develop. Could also see him taking the path of just calling if he wants to
10 seconds.
let his opponent do some more betting. That is going to be a raise. 1.2 million, just about 3x from Fuller. And let's see what Estes wants to do. You know, he has that 8 that's somewhat connected. Of course, he's got backdoor clubs as well.
Seconds.
He is going to elect to give it up. And Fuller takes that one down. Chipping up once again, almost 19 million for Thomas Fuller.
Tom, would you classify yourself as a bully or?
See the hands. My school has a very good
That's a good one. I like that.
anti-bully policy.
Yeah.
You'll see.
Because
Gotta-
like during
gotta run
break,
good.
like we're chatting and you're so nice, but then on the table,
You're so not nice.
Maybe I just have it every time.
just taking everybody's lunch money, you know,
we see
sticking
the
them up in the
stream.
hallway. All right.
Tried to bully with that king 5 suited.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
finished.
tough.
That was a bullying gone bad.
10 seconds.
That was the out of control bully.
Tran out of the way, Gros out of the way, over to Fuller. He's got an ace in the small blind up against Estes in the big blind. Effectively playing, what, 27 bigs here?
10 seconds.
Fuller going to start this one off with a limp. 8 deuce suited for Estes in the big blind.
10 seconds.
$1.2.
1.2 million.
Raised to 1.2, so
know how much you
4x here.
I think I had started with 7-ish. I can count if you want.
10 seconds.
It's almost like we're in that phase where it's time for some real poker, Donnie. The first pay jumps are out of the way, and now we get to battle. And Estes is ready to battle. 8 2 of hearts.
I mean, this is one of those hands that, I mean, if you check it behind, is 8 deuce really going to flop that well that you're going to be able to play it post even in position? So might just want to stick this one into the raise category, try and take it down right now, show some strength. Should you have to go post flop, you can represent some certain things. He gets it done there. Gets an ace to fold, gets a hand that had him dominated to fold. Well done by Estes.
Oh, we got Aaron Collins in the chat. Said, sorry, it's been a minute. Donnie and Remco. Yeah, it's been a minute, Donnie.
Yeah.
We've been off the air for a while, but January, that's our time to shine.
Let's go, baby. New year, new us. Same old us? I don't really know.
Same jokes.
Yeah, same jokes.
We got the PGT Last Chance streaming January 3rd through the 9th. And then, of course, the PGT Championship 2-day event, $1 million free roll for the players at the top of the standings of the overall championship. And then only a few days later, we have the kickoff of the new season, January 21st through the 25th. Lots of poker action coming to you in January.
Seconds.
Gros raising it up to 600K with 7-6 of diamonds.
10 seconds.
Action on Tran in the big blind.
New level?
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Donnie, but the final four have all shown the necessary skill and heart to potentially take this one down.
I mean, the only thing that matters is how much heart you display. Right?
That's true. It's a fact.
You got to want it, baby. Let's go.
800.
Raise 800.
I would say that shout out heart rankings. Estes #1.
Yep.
I think Fuller and Gros tied for 2. I have a hard time differentiating. Maybe Gros. I mean, Fuller, I mean, the comeback after the King 5 misclicked might put him as number 2.
No,
but then again, you know, stuff like the King Queen Cold 4 from Gros, like, so I kind of put them on the same path. And then Tran, listen, 3rd on the hard rankings, but he's played extremely well himself. So
Here we are. Estes versus Gros. Queen 9 versus Jack 8. Lots of ways this could clash. 9, 3, 5. Not one of them.
yeah, already 2.2 out there just with the min raise now that we're playing 400K. So it's just,
Yep.
chips are going to start flying for sure.
25.
725.
3rd pot here from Estes.
A look here at the earnings at this final table as far as tournament chips go. Hieu Tran, the only one down on this session, but he'd be more than happy to be in this position, down a few chips, having locked up multiple pay jumps.
And listen, one double up for Tran, excuse me, and he's, I mean, depending on who he doubles through, if he doubles through Gros or Estes, he's going to move ahead of them, get into 2nd place. You know, if he doubles through Fuller, he's right there with the other guys. So
10 seconds.
let's see what he does here with the King 9 off.
800.
Tran opens it up from the button, and Gros
10
finds
seconds.
one of those monsters you're always hoping for. Ace-King offsuit in the small blind. Is he going to pounce
Time extension.
with a shove to put Tran to the test? That seems like a likely scenario.
2.8.
He makes it 2.8. Leaves the door open for Fuller to get creative. He, however, gets out of the way quickly. Action now back on Tran. Probably thinking about the fact that Gros could just be attacking him. However, Tran already being in the short stack makes that perhaps a bit less likely. And in the end, it's only King 9, so still a hand that you can easily get rid of. Does let it go. Gros chips up to 13 million. Solidly in 2nd place right now. And Tran hovering right around the 10 big blind stack.
Seconds.
Walk here for Estes with the 7 deuce.
You were dominated. Really nice to get a walk with 7 deuce on.
Yeah, that's
4 left in this.
running good.
Yeah, so
I would've
many,
raised.
so many ways to run good, right?
Yeah, that's a. I mean,
Keep trying to get by
Chip
them,
leader
like,
could
baby.
give you a
I'd
walk.
rather run good a different way. I mean, that's like that's like the
Oh, it is,
bottom of the
man.
barrel.
Times are tough. Not that much money.
One hand.
Oh, see?
Oh, again.
Oh, man.
I'm not complaining.
Paying attention.
Raise 800.
Fold.
Iro in the chat giving us a bit of a history lesson, of course, making reference to the famous chip in the chair from way back when with Stewie and Jack Strauss. So much great poker history, which you can find on PokerGo.com. All those final tables that were filmed are available on PokerGo. Sometimes it's just fun to go back into the archives. I know Donnie and I, on the regular, put the old shows in on the, like, as background noise when we're at home working. Can highly recommend you do so as well. Sadly, Donnie, the majority weren't even filmed. There's like big gaps between some of these.
Yeah, I know. I used to always try and like poke around. I put one on, you know, whatever. Let's say it's like 79. Then I'd be like, okay, I'll watch 80. And then I'm like,
Right.
can't find it anymore. I'm like, well, what the heck's going on?
Yeah,
You know, but then they might have like 82. I'm like, well, what happened to the years in between?
yeah, like for example, famously, the 1996 main event, won by Huck Seed, wasn't filmed. You know, it just seems so like logical to have that filmed.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess if you think about it, back then it was probably, I mean, it was more risky, right, to like film it. It would probably be similar to if somebody came to you and were like, hey, do you want to film pickleball?
Right.
You might be like, I don't know. But let's say we fast forward 10, 15 years, they'll be like, why weren't you filming pickleball? Like, well, it seems so, that seems like just what you did.
Yeah. Yeah, for those unfamiliar, 1973, the oldest World Series Poker main event that was filmed. And then it goes 78, 79, 81, 83, 87, 88, 89. So we got a good little streak there. 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95. And then we don't have 96, and that was never filmed. And then 97, of course, iconic Stu Unger. 98, 99, 2000, so on and so forth. Go check those out. WSP Classic on PokerGo.com. Tran, 7-6 of spades on the button. Donnie, can we shove 8 big blinds here with the suited connector?
I mean, don't necessarily hate it. I mean, even if you get called, you probably have equity. I mean, of course, you're only worried about the overpairs, so this looks like it's one of those save a couple chips and put it in.
No.
Oh, sorry.
No.
It's like 3, less than 4.
$3.3. Raise.
Fuller in the big blind finds king, queen off. He announces the all-in shove to ensure Tran commits his last couple of chips. And Donnie, if you're Tran here, all in with a 7-6, not even the worst situation.
No, of course not. Plenty of equity here. A little bit better than 60-40, so just got to hope for the best at this point, which, you know, you can't ask for much more when you're this short on chips.
All right, so Hieu Tran's tournament life on the line with 7-6. Fuller looking for his king, queen to hold up, and a 6 in the window and a 6 right behind it.
Hello.
Tran absolutely smashes this flop. Fuller down to running kings or queens. Otherwise, Tran will be up to 7.3 million. Turn card is the Jack of Diamonds, and that'll do it. We got ourselves a double up.
Fish gets paid. 7-6 suited. Who would do that for 30,000? Hell no. One time bang. I think that's a fair trade. Thank you.
Trying to referencing
Can you give me two or
That's a pretty fair trade.
That's not bad.
You know, not too bad.
Despite the double up, Tran
reaction
still the
what
short
happened
stack.
when I hear the crowd out there or whoever, and I was like, oh wait, I did make a good hand.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah.
Like you forget there's people out there watching this.
Yeah.
You know?
Just like. Definitely one of my smart poker friends would be like, what kind of dumb play was that? You just got brick house lucky.
Better be lucky than good.
Yeah. Oh well.
Wow.
All right.
Eight.
8. Seconds. Time extension.
See what Estes decides to do here with 10-9 suited. Got a raise and a call before him.
Time extension.
Those are big
3.2
chips.
million.
Ooh, 3.2 million announced. Estes applying pressure in what looks to be quite a good spot. Do you like this aggression, Donnie, or is this getting out of line, as the kids say?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. I mean, I can see you obviously just coming along with 10-9 suited. And maybe putting hands like a 9-8 suited and a 8-7, 6 suited into the bucket of the 3 bets.
Can I count?
You want to come?
Yes, please.
Can't imagine he's calling this, but gonna get a count anyway.
I mean, Benjamin Gros playing above the rim. Very impressive showing by him, correctly recognizing that Estes was trying to take a stand here.
2, 6,
What a move.
6.
The Frenchman
10.
seemingly in control here, aware of what his opponents
12,
are up to.
13. 13.
That's fine.
5.
I mean, you're up against an opponent who's been aggressive, so he can be in there kind of just messing around with the hand like he has, you know, even something like in, I don't know, ace-3 suited, for example. You also have good blocker properties in your hand. You know, you're denying hands like the ace-queens, ace-kings of the world, of course, kings, queens, stuff like that. So if you do put it in there, you ultimately get called by, let's say, 2 jacks. I mean, you've been in worse spots, right? So twice now we've seen Gros come with it with the king-queen suited, both times correctly doing so and getting it done, and now he's got the chip lead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Gros in the chip lead for the very first time. Fuller's been in command at this final table until he doubled Gros up not too long ago. Tran and Estes now tied in chips at the bottom of the counts. Very intriguing scenario unfolding in front of us here, with ICM now all of a sudden becoming a real factor, given the 2 short stacks. Looking up at the big stacks that surround them.
I heard you counting how much?
I think I had 7.
Okay.
I mean, there's.
Looks about right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
there's 5.
10 seconds.
69.
Oh, nice.
Ace, king, deuce. 2 spades on board. Limp pot here. Every pot worth fighting for. 1.2 million in the middle without any aggressive action.
400.
400.
Mark Bangser in the chat says, I met Mike Estes when I flopped quads against him at Grand Victoria. Great guy. Rooting for Mike back in Chicago area. Maybe if he wins, he'll finally retire that hat that used to be bright red. I don't think he'll ever retire that hat if he wins today. I think it's going to be on his head permanently. I will say, though, Donnie, how does a hat deteriorate like that? What has he been doing to it?
I don't know. I've never worn a hat for that long to experiment with it. I actually saw a guy the other day when I was playing at my table who had a hat that was worse than that.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I'm talking 25 times worse. It didn't have a top.
Oh my God, that's funny.
And it wasn't like, you know, it wasn't a visor. I mean, it was definitely at one point a full hat. Couple of kings here for Tran. Great spot for him. Estes comes in on the button with a raise. 10-9 suited once again for him, this time in diamonds. Let's see what Tran comes with.
2.7.
2.7.
There is the 3-bet.
Gros gets out of the way. Action back on Estes. Both players working with sort of the 20 to 15 big blind range. Now Estes is getting pushed around a fair bit here, but he just has to remain patient, Donnie.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably correctly sized here that he can't really flat in position given these stacks. I mean, maybe you're tempted to get crazy and jam, but that would, of course, really be stepping into it here. Estes does give it up, even if he didn't want to. You know, the pretty-looking 10-9 suited.
I crushed that. I crushed 7-6.
Okay.
That's about it.
You had 7-6 of diamonds. I would have loved it.
Estes now 4 out of 4 on the leaderboard. Tran moving up in front of him. Not by much, but notable, of course. Gros still up on top. Fuller right behind him.
Fold.
10 seconds.
Tran correctly stays patient. We saw you earlier take lots of chances from the button and earlier position with inferior holdings, and it's all fun and games until it backfires, and Tran correctly recognizing that patience is definitely a virtue. Gros with King 9 raises it up to 1.4 million. Donnie, how do you approach this kind of scenario where your stack and the stack of the player on your left are so much bigger than the other two players that it almost has to disincentivize any kind of play?
Yeah, but I mean, you can also put a lot of pressure, right? You can kind of take the opposite approach to wanting to be conservative, especially if you are in the position that Gros is in, where he has the chip advantage in terms of stack size. Now it's not a big chip advantage, yes, but Fuller is not going to want to just completely blow things up here. He's in a good position to get himself to heads-up play. I think Gros is correctly recognizing that. You know, King 9 off, not a great hand, but does go up in value four-handed, does block some premiums for your opponent. I think Gros is certainly comfortable that he can play post out of position should he need to, but it's going to be hard for your opponent to want to play something. It's going to need, you know, a pretty good hand to be able to come along. And now we're seeing Gros really start to kind of turn things up a little bit here. King 4 off on the button, coming in there with the raise. I'm sure Fuller wants to get involved here, you know, but it's just, again, it's just hard.
Time extension.
Worth noting that Fuller there did use a time extension before folding. I think he's only got 2 left. So he did mention earlier that he tends to take a little bit of time. He might just want to be a little bit cognizant of the fact that he's only got a couple of those left now. So if there's a much bigger situation, a much bigger spot that comes up where he needs to think a little bit longer down the line, then you know you just might want to conserve those and not be using them there when it's just, you know, between possibly playing a King 4 suited versus a button raise. Action here over to Estes in the small blind. He's got ace 9 suited. Certainly going to come in with this one. He's just going to jam. Okay.
Yep.
Count, please.
I think it's around 6.5, but I'm not sure.
Actually, you're good. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
It's not
so Tran must have asked for the count before he looked at his hand.
Yeah,
then he looked at his hand and said, you know what?
I'm fine with that.
Forget about it.
It's not even worth the effort.
Tran and Estes now are virtually tied in chips, just 25,000 separating those two.
73.
Queen 8 suited here for Fuller. First act, he's going to come in with the raise, 800K. About a $32,000 pay jump is what the players are eyeing right now. 91K locked up, 123K for third. Estes gonna flat here. Bit of a mystery hand. Don't know his cards just yet. Tran's out of the way. Gros, I would guess, is gonna get out of the way here. I mean, maybe he calls. He's the big chip leader, yeah. Ace 3 off is what the reader shows for Estes, which seems a little loose.
Fuller with the best of it, but not the type of board we want to get too crafty on. All players, of course, feeling the pressure of the moment. Gros so far dealing with it the best. He's chipped up really, really nicely ever since we got down to four-handed play. Again, comes with the check. Donnie probably not thinking too highly of that 9, more so kind of an emergency pair, perhaps.
Yeah, he probably feels now, you know, I got enough showdown value that I'll just try and get to showdown as cheaply as possible, hopefully win it. You know, up against a hand like, I don't know, let's say 2 6s and ace jack. Probably just going to check around here once again. Unless Fuller wants to go for some thin value, but multi-ways does not.
Check. We have
One pair.
one pair.
Also one pair.
The showdown of the single pairs, and Fuller is going to gladly rake this one in without any resistance. The hand check down all the way to the end. And Estes left that much shorter again. 16 bigs versus the 17 bigs of Tran. Perhaps a bit of a game of chicken between those two, as the pay jump goes from 91,000 to 123,000. So that is a lot of money.
Yeah, that one felt a little loose on my behalf for Estes there, coming in with the ace-3 off on the button. Probably just put that one in the bin. Really no need to get involved. You know, as you get shorter, you know, those chips are just so valuable. And here we see him with a couple of 7s as the short stack.
All
And he's just going to put these in. Just over 6.5 million.
Looks like he's going to get it done.
Mark Lazaro asking how many days was this tournament? Started on Friday. 2 starting days, Friday and Saturday. And then Sunday was day 2. They played down to the final 7, and those 7 returned today. We're down to the final 4 now. This BetMGM Poker Championship is part of the 2024 ARIA Poker Open. The first time that they've had the ARIA Poker Open in December, and I'm guessing it's a sign of the things to come. I know you talked a little bit earlier, Remco, on the show about how it's more of like a poker festival around Las Vegas during the month of December now, and I would guess that this continues. You know, I think all signs point to it's been a successful series overall. This event had a $1 million guarantee, came in with 1.6 million in the prize pool, thanks to 1,130 entries. So really, really good turnout there. Gros raises on the button, min raise with Queen 7. Fuller's in there from the small blind with King 10 off, and Estes is getting a good price with 7-6 off, and he's going to get in there as well. Eight, 5, 3 rainbow, open-ended for Estes. Fuller's got the best of it. Gros was the pre-flop raiser in position. Just under 1/3 pot from Gros. He has a hand that probably doesn't figure that he has too much equity with, so just going to try and bet and take this one down. He can represent a wide range of hands, just being in there on the button as the chip leader. Does have that 7, which does block some draws for your opponent, some hands like 7-8, 7-5, etc. Of course, we can see Estes actually has one of those hands, so has a lot of equity here and comes along. Ace on the turn.
Donnie, in Estes' position, can we afford this kind of approach with a 7-6 type hand, or are we just too shallow to even see a turn?
Yeah, I think you certainly could have argued that he can just check jam, right? And you can get some better hands to fold, like, you know, the high cards, right?
15.
15.
This is a card now where Gros is going to represent. The question is, if you're Estes, you know, is Gros betting an ace high? And did he connect? If that ace did hit him, is it more like something like an ace 8, an ace 5, where he already had a pair and now he's improved to 2 pair?
10 seconds.
But, you know, with the hand like an open-ended straight draw on this flop, you still also just have 7 high. So you're sort of painting yourself into a corner for a very exact type outcome in order for you to proceed. That, to me,
I'm tired of telling
might
them
not be
30
worth the risk given the current scenario.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
Just come
totally
over and
disagree.
Bad turn. I just ripped it.
I mean, also, I think, you know, when you do call a 7-6 off as the short stack from the big blind, I mean, how good do you expect to flop, right? And then when you do flop an open-ender, I probably just want to see all 5, right? You just, so just, you know, you put it in there, you probably still have some good fold equity, right? So that's one thing. You could just win the pot with a check jam. Other times, you know, even if you get called, I mean, you're never dead. Even if the guy's got top set, you can still make it straight, right? I think I'm also mostly surprised just because we've seen Estes just always kind of take the aggressive approach. If there's always been 2 options, whatever one was the more aggressive one, he sort of trended down. So that's why I'm a little bit surprised to see that pathway taken there from him.
10 seconds.
So Fuller comes in with a limp here on the button.
And Estes completing there, even though it's only 200K. How do you feel about that?
I think the king deuce, you can. I know you can talk yourself into the fact that, you know, it's only 200K, but what's king deuce off really going to flop? Do I just want to conserve those chips? Chips are so important. Even if you flop something like this right here, am I likely going to get to showdown and be able to table the winner? I think it's going to be hard.
500.
$500 is the bet from Tran. Just over a min bet.
$1.35.
1.35.
Fuller gets in there with a raise. Now action back on Estes, and could be sitting there thinking, you know, why did I put that extra 200 in?
But that's always the issue, right? There's no guarantee you're going to see a flop, and it's going to cost you an extra small blind.
Tran, of course, tried to represent this flop, being in the big blind, but it's not going to work. Good recognition there from Fuller.
Yeah,
pouncing at that one.
Why do you think it is that he raised there? Do you think that it's just a range advantage he has there, even though the deuce 3-8 looks very inconspicuous?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard for your opponent to have stuff that he wants to connect with. I mean, is your opponent going to be checking top pairs on this type of texture. I think probably a board like 7-6, 4 example might be a little bit better to lead out there from the big blind. But even then, I mean, Fuller limped the button, right? I mean, he's probably got kind of one of those middling type of hands that he wants to ensure that he sees a flop with. He doesn't want to raise and get 3-bet jammed on and have to put a hand that probably has a fair amount of equity into the muck. So on that type of board in 8 high like that, he's probably going to connect in a lot of ways. Estes here with a spot where he could have 3-bet jammed with 12.5 bigs. I mean, again, even if you get called holding Jack-10 suited, I don't think you're really ever going to be in completely bad shape, especially four-handed. Spades, of course, would be a nail in the coffin here for Estes.
Yeah, but Estes again showing willingness to play pots even though he is short, and 10, 8, 5 with 2 hearts might just be the ticket he was looking for. Still feels rather risky, even though you're going to hit your flop every now and then.
Yeah, it makes things kind of tricky for Fuller because, you know, this short, working with, let's say, a range of like 10 to 15 big blinds, you probably expect your opponent to have more just 3-bet jams as opposed to calls. Even hands like the Jack-10 suited of the world, you might just expect him to put it in.
10 seconds.
So it makes it tricky, like when a flop comes like this, and he flops a decent hand, does Fuller, but he's behind, of course. You would probably expect, you know, a lot of 10s that Estes is going to get in there with. The Jack-10 suited, Queen-10 suited, King-10, Ace-10, etc. Like, he's just going to put those in pre-flop. Especially when Fuller's shown that, like, you know, he's going to open a Queen-8, a Jack-7, stuff like that. Like, he's not going to shy away from opening those hands.
10 seconds.
But look at that discipline. Well done.
And a very big and important pickup here for Estes, who is once again out-chipping Tran.
Very curious.
That was a good one.
Heard Fuller there say, I'm very curious to see that one. So I wonder if Fuller might be thinking, you know, when I'm playing and I see somebody flat a raise off a shallow stack, I immediately think,
yeah, I mean,
he's probably got aces, kings. Like, you know, he's just top of range for sure.
I made a laydown, so.
Oh, well then, who knows then?
I probably folded the best in. We'll see.
Yeah. Go over the tape.
Yeah, I think.
When you see it, you're going to be very happy with yourself, sir. And look at this. Speaking of the aces for Estes.
Great timing. Absolutely great timing. Now, given his loose play,
Count my chips.
he might be in a bit of a better spot here to get some action.
800.
800.
Bunch of folds over to Fuller. These two men have tangled quite a bit. Donner Fuller probably eager to get involved, but perhaps a bit discouraged by the sight of a Jack-6 suited.
Yeah, but suited I think you can call. You know, again, you just get a really good price here from the big blind, given the big blind ante. So, you know, maybe you put Jack-6 off in the muck, but Jack-6 suited is just a bit better of a hand. I know it's never fun to, you know, see an opponent who's shorter on chips come in with a raise, because you can kind of think, okay, maybe they're a little bit higher up in what they should be opening. But I think in this situation, Estes has been willing to get involved, right? So he doesn't have to always have a super premium hand here. So It's not just like you're getting in there with a jack-6 suited and you're up against overpairs always. Of course, Fuller just completely whiffs this flop, so I would imagine this is just an easy check fold. And he's up over 8.3 million, Estes.
I think he himself is having a moment thinking like, man, this final table has been quite the roller coaster.
Tran once again the short stack over there, sitting on 14 big blinds. Gros here on the button with an ace-4 off. As the chip leader, I'd expect a raise here, yes. 800 against her, yes it is. Estes makes the call from the big blind, king 3 off, so heads up to a flop, 2.2 million out there.
Queen, queen, 6. No connection from either player. Gros does have backdoor hearts, which cover Estes' hopes of his own backdoor hearts.
Yeah, blocking the nut flush draw, queen, queen, 6 as well. You know, a couple of, a texture that you're going to want to be c-betting here quite a bit. I think as the in-position raiser. He does come with the minimum bet, 400K. And so far, he's getting value out of that king high for Estes. 5 on the turn. Gros still good here. Does Estes have some creative thoughts here? He's looking at his chips, and here we go. 1.8.
Damn. Estes just, you know, fighting for every pot. You got to respect it. And Gros lets it go. Estes almost back up to 10 million, Donnie, and that is all by his own doing.
Yeah. He's fighting, man. He's fighting.
Let us know in the chat who you have the most faith in at this table. Benjamin Gros has sort of been the winner of this level, but Estes with a nice comeback so far, while Tran, again, waiting in the wings for his next opportunity. Tran also has the lowest VPIP at this table of 22%. Fuller, by the way, 40% VPIP. He's been our most active player.
1.2.
And look at this, with the 4-deuce offsuit, Estes picking up on the fact that Tran has been very tight, and he's just going to go on attack.
Yeah, oftentimes from the small blind, I mean, or big blind, probably want to take a polarized approach. You know, 4-deuce isn't a hand you probably want to limp, get faced with a raise, or even just limp and have your opponent check behind and have to play it out of position because 4-deuce off isn't going to play too well at all. Do you want to really give your opponent a walk? Probably not. So you can just put that one into the bucket of raising, hope to take it down right there.
Well, that hand brings Estes back up over 10 million.
Fold.
Tran 10-7 to hearts. Hasn't been able to get much going lately. Perhaps getting aggressive here with the suited gapper. Instead, just opts the call.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
Ace 10-9 with a couple of clubs. Tran improves to the lead here despite being dominated pre-flop. He's got middle pair of tens. Starts things off with a check. Ooh, and that king comes in on the turn and improves Gros to the best hand. Also has that 7 of clubs. Another check from Tran. Check back from Gros. 3 on the river, so if this one goes to showdown, Frenchman's going to take it. Probably on the flop, Tran was feeling all right about his hand. Turn, probably feels okay, but maybe a little bit less confident.
600.
Tricky spot now. Might just have to pay this off. It's such a small bet, and
King.
you have enough of a hand. He does. Now sub 10 big blinds for Tran. 3.8 million. Big blinds 400K. Nine and a half big blinds for him. He is on the button here though, so 2 free hands to work with. I feel like Estes, he just wants to chat.
Yeah,
Like,
he does.
He kind of lost his buddy, Al-Keliddar. Like, you know, like he wants to chat. These guys are all business. He's over here like come on, guys, let's take it back to the basement, to the home game. Like, you know, let's have some fun.
He's definitely missing his friends.
Might be a break. You're good.
Tran here finds king 5 off on the button. Let's see if he deems this one as one he wants to go with.
How do you feel about that, Donnie, passing up on that opportunity?
I don't mind it.
Got away the cameras.
Queen 6-5 here. Limped pot between the 2 blinds and the 2 biggest stacks. Check, check. 6 pairs the board on the turn. Also brings a 3rd diamond. King high still best for Gros.
Oh, too. Yeah. Start texting everybody.
Check, check. Ace on the river. So the king high is going to win for Gros if this goes to a showdown.
I just want to go there.
It looks like Fuller and Gros,
whatever they want.
perhaps both happy to see a showdown as we are about to go on a short little break. King high shown. And that will conclude this current level. Blinds will be up to 250K, 500K after we return from this little break. Action will resume in about 15 minutes, so please get yourself a beverage, get yourself perhaps a little snack. We'll see you in 15 minutes for the conclusion of this final table.
75,000.
That shirt's ridiculous. You can't smoke at the table.
15th through 13th all earn the same, almost 37K. Then it'll be a 10K pay jump from 13th to 12th.
It's a nice payday already,
Yes,
though. About
indeed.
11 buy-ins. Baldwin opens and Smith waking up in the small blind with queens. 30 bigs.
425.
425,000.
Goes with pretty small 3-bet. Out of position here.
That is a small 3-bet. Usually you see about 7 or 8x, sometimes even a little bit more. He goes for just about 5. That's more of like an imposition sizing. Do you read into this as Baldwin? I mean, you're getting laid a very good price in position. Maybe that overrules your feeling of, oh, this is a good hand.
Yeah, it's a great point. Also, we know that, and this is no insult, it's just the fact that Smith is a less experienced tournament player. Perhaps he would just make it somewhere around this amount with all of his hands.
Could be.
Is Baldy going to try to
It's definitely
pounce?
possible. This is a $3,500 buy-in, though. Like
That's true.
You know, so it's
Yeah.
like he's. Well, although they ran a ton of satellites to this too,
right.
so. Oh wow.
8-6-3 with 2 spades.
Action flop for Baldwin's hand. Smith is just 2 SPR.
Okay. 650. 650.
Goes very large. 2/3 pot.
650 into about $1 million.
And this is where if you're Baldy, it doesn't matter how strong this all looks. You're just like thinking
Right,
about
right,
Vegas
right.
and the effing Mirage.
At least one time extension will be owed.
All in.
And we're going to play a big one here, folks. As Baldwin does jam.
Smith with queens is just too good to fold. You're so high
Absolutely.
up. Perhaps a bit concerned he was being trapped.
A fair concern, but I still see
Oh,
no
yeah,
path
I'm never
to
folding
folding
in
queens.
my life. Yeah.
There's
Makes
the
the
call,
call.
and here we go.
Yeah, for you.
Smith with queens. Baldy the ace-9 suited. More than 5.2 million in the middle.
I literally
Huge
said, I
pot.
thought you had ace-10 spades or something.
Basically a flip.
There we go.
Turn card. 3 of diamonds. You see the outs for Baldwin on the top of your screen. River card is the deuce of spades.
Good game, man.
Baldy gets there to eliminate Andrew Smith.
Oh, it's so painful.
Playing, guys. You too. Let's go.
Nice run for Andrew Smith.
Absolutely.
So 37K is going to feel good when he realizes it tomorrow, but right now that
It's just
hurts
max
so
pay.
bad.
Let me back you up out there when we get to 7.
About 2 queens. Showing here after Baldy opened with the king-queen suited. Lau looks interested in the proceedings.
10 seconds.
And that is because he has ace-king.
Pretty sick, depending on what he decides to do. It looks like Baldy's going to be saved some chips. But man, they're not shallow.
No, I mean, John gets 50 bigs to start the hand.
1.2.5.
1.25.
Yeah.
The cold 4-bet to 1.25.
Does not feel good with queens here. Baldy is saved having a call. What do you do with queens here? This feels like it's never jacks when it 4-bets,
true.
so you're not too thrilled. $650 if you want to call in position, which I think is somewhat reasonable.
Doesn't sound like a terrible option.
Race.
But no, we're going for it.
The non-all-in 5-bet, which I don't get to say very often.
Yeah, ace king wants a puke.
Yeah, yeah.
Just no one's happy.
Makes it 2 million. Just clicks it back.
I don't think you're 4-betting ace king off to fold, but if there were ever a spot that would make me want to, it's this.
It's exactly 2 million, right?
Yeah.
Call.
So he's going to put in the extra
Okay.
750K and try to spike one of his outs.
Got more than 4.3 million in the middle. 2.1 million behind. Sean.
And I think if I'm Lau, I'm doing this with aces as well. You're kind
Absolutely,
of you're a little
yeah.
bit protected.
See, pop up Jack 10 at 9. 2 hearts.
So close to being a good flop for Lau. Not quite, though.
There's the check, there's the snap jam. Lau has asked for a count.
$2,105,000.
2,105,000.
So getting 3 to 1. Queen gives him the nuts. Does he still think his ace and king are alive? This is such like a dicey situation.
Has a whole stack of time extensions. Might be putting them to use. Puts them all out in front of him.
I mean, Lau could consider that he could be up against another ace king. It's going to happen some of the time, but credit to him is that he has 50 big blinds back and he makes this fold. He didn't just gamble it all in pre. I do wish we had a rabbit cam though.
Okay, call.
Does make the call. More than 8.5 million in the middle. Oh my.
Oh, the fist pump is a little early though, sir.
How about a 4 to 1
still.
dog? Phone is out.
Fade some outs.
Backdoor hearts, another path to victory. Instead, the turn brings another 9. That is a very clean turn card for that man.
Queen no longer
Right.
good. Ace or king only for Lau.
Just an ace.
Yes!
5 on the river. And we have a new chip leader. More than $1.2 million in career live tournament earnings. Went deep at the World Series main event last year. 132nd.
That's about the time I feel like people start to have the dream.
Yeah, yeah. And you're what? Midday 5, late day 5.
Haven't slept in 4 days.
Feels like the door is open. Jackie Burkhart, can we get a mini booth cam so we can judge the dance moves? My
Nope.
money is on Jamie. It's probably a safe bet, Jackie.
Big fan of Jackie, one of the most fun
Same.
people in poker. Her and Angela Jordison, just an awesome pair.
Great crew.
I see your stack.
Wow, loves to hear that question. Doesn't love to see that fold. And Rampage,
no.
wow, has 2 kings. How? Rampage on the right end of a cooler just a bit earlier. Ace King versus Ace Queen, blind versus blind. Here, though, kings versus aces.
$425.
A small 3-bet to 425.
One saving grace is it is against the shorter stack, the only one at the table.
All right, man, you got enough camera time with the queens versus ace king.
Maybe he's a Bears fan.
There's the jam. Here's the snap call, and here we go. Kings versus aces. Lau looking to get back up to more than 3.6 million. Rampage looking to get us down to 12.
Unlucky.
Unlucky indeed. For now. Six, three, four, couple diamonds.
Oh, you're both diamonds.
I like a 5 of diamonds.
How about the
Oh
queen of
my.
diamonds? Still intriguing. And now Rampage calls for the 5 of diamonds, which we can see is in the muck, but that's okay. Looking for a diamond or a king. River card is the 5 of spades. Lau finds the dramatic double up.
Yeah.
Burke with 10s. And Westmoreland with ace king.
Oh, baby.
Time extension used for an additional 30 seconds to act. And does jam.
Nope. Sorry. Good to show
That
that.
one's certainly flush.
I don't think I can fold this one.
Heard Burke say, I don't think I can fold.
I think you can.
Does make the call, and here we go.
Love boys.
What?
Oh man,
massive flip.
Baldy and Rampage are loving this. Two
No
even
matter what, yeah,
stacks.
they either get an elimination right here, or it's Westmoreland down to 275K. More than 8.1 million in the middle. Westmoreland's fiance Kate at the window.
A lot of money in there, boys.
Oh, what a big spot this is to potentially end the night. Jack 4-3, so far so good for Burke. Westmoreland needing an ace or a king or backdoor cards to make it straight. The turn is a 5 to add a few more outs. A deuce, an ace, or a king gets us to our official final table of 7. Anything else, and it's a double up for Burke. River card is an ace! Westmoreland wins the flip in dramatic fashion. We'll count it down to be sure.
1, 2, 3, 35.
Fiance Kate is bumped.
Good game, guys.
Say good game to Michael Burke. Incredible run and more to come from him throughout his career.
Forgot how to play out of the big blind.
Some blocker kid.
Welcome back inside the PokerGO Studio for continued coverage of the 2024 ARIA Poker Open BetMGM Championship. There's a look at the 2 trophies that are on display, awaiting for one of these 4 gentlemen to take these trophies home. The Final Four guaranteed $91,000 with $272,000 up top for the winner. Donnie, 4-handed play, cards in the air, blinds at 250K, 500K. Give me some predictions on what this level has in store for us.
Well, Tran's about to put his chips in to start with the ace-10 of diamonds here. He's going to need to make something happen. And there it is. There is that jam. 3.8 million.
3775.
37?
3775. 3,775.
I think it was a call.
Clutch. Take it.
Overall, I think, we start to see the chips fly a little bit more.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because
don't think that these guys have really been backing down from playing pots.
That if not,
now we have to steal from you.
That's right.
Now with the blinds up to $500,000, would expect some even bigger swings happening.
Raise.
10 seconds.
1 million.
Gros makes it 1 million with King Jack of Hearts. I've been really impressed with the French pro so far at this final table. The question now is, can he close it out after obtaining this chip lead?
10 seconds.
Action on Tran in the big blind, Jack-9 offsuit. It's been a rough level for Tran. Found himself a double up, Jacks versus 9s. Hasn't been able to push through and connect with those players ahead of him on the leaderboard. And right now he finds himself.
Pretty surreal, right? Just imagine I'm putting in a small blind ante of 250.
Yeah.
Pretty wild.
It's been a long way to be here.
Right, exactly.
That's small.
It's been a journey for sure.
You guys ever played 500K big blind before?
I mean,
Online, I guess, yeah.
yeah, I mean, sure.
Not live. Maybe not live. Good luck. About 4 or something?
It's 4,025,000.
Picks one up.
He's chipping up.
Not even close.
A little bit, a little bit.
Short stack poker. Playing it well.
Maxwell in the chat says, this is when Mike is
Weird,
going to
like,
put
I
on a
look over
show
the
and take it
and
all
back
down.
on the
Let's
TV,
go.
And sometimes I see my own face, but it's looking this way.
Yeah.
Like right now, I'm looking at myself. It's just such a strange thing.
You see yourself?
Yeah. How many drugs have I done today?
10 seconds.
Call.
Gros and Fuller playing a small one here on a 5-deuce-3 rainbow flop. Open end for Fuller. Gros with a gut shot, backdoor diamonds as well.
$625,000.
10 seconds.
625 the bet from Fuller. Gros probably at least a little tempted by the prospects of those backdoor outs along with the gut shot. And here we are with the check raise. Gotta love it.
10 seconds.
Fuller should continue here. I mean, he's just too good of a draw to pass this one up just now. And there is the ace.
Fuller makes the wheel. Ace of diamonds would have been more fun for us, the spectators.
Oh, yes.
However, Donnie, can we see Gros continue here with this kind of card? And the answer looks to be yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gros himself can certainly have some fours here that he's going to want to continue with here and you know, represent. Should Fuller have a hand that's, you know, a one-pair hand, a hand like Gros himself has, you know, a gut shot with some back doors, stuff like that, you know, Gros can put a lot of pressure on those hands from Fuller. Of course, we can see Fuller has the wheel and he's not going to be going anywhere, but
10 seconds. Time extension. Seconds.
Fuller comes with the call. 9.4 out there.
Queen of Hearts completes the board. Incredible situation for Fuller unfolding here. Unless he folds, he's going to take the chip lead here. The question is Gros going to give up?
I think with backdoor hearts coming in here, Gros is just going to give up. And then on the other side, I would expect a value bet here from Fuller. You know, obviously you probably want a fully clean run out in a perfect world, right? No backdoor hearts, but you do have the 10 of hearts in your hand. So you are blocking some flushes. So I think it's just go ahead and blast away now, and he can get fully greedy with 7 million behind, 9.4 million out there that he can put it all in.
4.5.
4,500,000.
It's going to come with less than all in. Snap fold either way.
Yeah, there it is. Fuller
Oh,
back
you have one?
in the chip lead, his trusted position.
10 seconds.
Aces. Oh, one.
Walk for Estes.
They look like aces if you squint.
Tran still looking for that double up to get back into the mix here on 10 big blinds. He's sort of staring at 3 stacks that are double or triple of his.
10 seconds.
Fuller lets it go, giving Estes a chance to attack Tran's big blind.
Yeah, there's 4 right there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Phone.
Roll in.
10 seconds.
Estes moves all in, as is to be expected with that kind of hand. Donnie, what hand does Tran need here to call on 10 bigs?
Jack 10 suited for sure. Jack 9 suited. 10-9 suited probably. I mean, you just have a lot of equity with those hands that I think it's fine to gamble with them.
Few quick tosses, and Tran finally finds an opportunity. It's funny how tournament poker evolves into a staring contest, and in this case, everyone staring at Tran to see what his next move is going to be, and the move right now is all in. And Gros finds 1 pip higher. Ace-9 versus Ace-8. Hieu Tran on a tremendous run to get down to the Final Four. His girlfriend in tow, flying in to celebrate her birthday tonight. The question is it going to be a $91,000 party? Are we going to win some more? Here comes the flop. 5-6-5. Some chop outs now for Tran. But only 1 out for the win as the only 2 outs for the win as the 8 of hearts has already been folded.
6-7 right now.
Gros with the advantage. Turn is the king of hearts. 50-50 to chop this thing. 7% to win. Lots of ways for Tran to survive this one. But he does need to find one of those cards. Is it going to be there for him? The river is the king of clubs, and that will do it. He'll chop it up. Tran stays alive. Both players with 2 pair and the ace kicker.
Gotcha.
Carry on.
I had the 9.
Carry on.
I mean, I had an 8.
Yeah. I had 9-5.
I actually had both.
Given the situation, you couldn't wake up any prettier than that. Right? Damn.
And the board paired, I'm like, he's got a lot of chop.
Yeah, like
I'm going to save it.
I was thinking about the line was chop now.
That flop. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a chop. That's a chop out.
River, it was not so chop.
Yeah.
Little cards only.
And play itself.
I needed the juice.
1 million.
1 million.
Seconds.
Estes makes it $1 million. Action on Fuller in the big blind with King 5. Probably just generally not too happy having to give up a hand.
Time extension.
$3.2.
Oh, here we go.
3,200,000.
Fuller comes with the aggression, using the leverage of Tran on the short stack to push Estes around.
Price.
With 1 million.
10 seconds.
Gros makes it $1 million. Queen 7 of diamonds, and Fuller with the real hand here. Donnie, given this scenario with the short stack of Tran, do we adjust our play? Or because Fuller's the chip lead, doesn't really matter that much?
Well, I think with Fuller being the chip leader, like he can just come in with 3 bets and play aggressively against his opponents. I mean, obviously he has a good hand here, 4-handed, yes, but no need to do anything other than 3-bet here. I mean, of course, folding's out of the question. You don't want to just flat this one, have to play it out of position against a good player like Gros. So just 3-bet here and take the initiative on the hand and possibly just take it down just like this.
Now, reverse it for a second here, Donnie.
Yeah.
Let's say it is Gros opening with ace-jack and Fuller in position with queen 7 of diamonds 3-betting. Are we then out of position with ace-jack continuing, or are we just playing it conservative because Tran only has 8 big blinds?
Probably depends on sizing that Fuller would come with. I mean, earlier we saw a similar situation to that. You know, there were some shorter stacks. Gros did have the ace-jack. It was a misclick sizing from Fuller, and that's kind of what tipped off Gros to then 4-bet jam. So I would say, you know, again, depends on the sizing, what he would come with. But I think also going back to that hand, that is one of those things where it might make Fuller gun-shy to 3-bet weak against a player like Gros. I would also say that at this juncture, these players likely know that, you know, Gros has been willing to stick it in with the king-queen suited on a couple occasions. Every time he's been right doing so, but it just shows that he's very, very capable and willing to take those risks. So do you then want to 3-bet a person light that is willing to come over the top?
Speaking of coming over the top here, Tran commits his chips with ace-queen. Fuller shoves for just a little extra here. Tran makes the call, and he will be at risk with ace-queen versus king-9. Hieu Tran has faded elimination, or I should say evaded elimination, time and time again now. Will he survive it once more and get up to 8.3 million? That's the question we are looking to answer right here, right now. Here's the flop. 9-5-5. A 9 on the flop, giving Fuller top pair. Tran now looking for an ace or a queen to survive. Running diamonds would also work, but he is going to need some help here, or we'll be down to the final 3. Turn card. The 10 of hearts, no backdoor outs unlocked here for Tran. An ace or a queen, or Tran's day will be done. The river card is the 4 of hearts, and that'll do it.
Man, that was a pleasure.
Hieu Tran eliminated in 4th place, taking home $91,573.
Dude, seriously. Amazing time.
Dude,
What a great showing.
Great dude, man.
And man,
good luck to you guys.
The birthday of his
Play well.
girlfriend will be celebrated in epic fashion as he takes home just shy of 6 figures. And we are now down to the final 3 who are guaranteed $123,000.
Maybe you want to see the numbers for a deal? Or?
Oh, here we go, Donnie.
Talk about a deal, maybe? If we left like not so deep stack. Like.
Some of the most famous words in poker, Donnie. We can talk.
Yeah, we can talk. Doesn't mean I'm going to agree to anything, but, you know, we can talk.
Yeah, I like it like to play like 10% for the winner. And
Yeah.
Yeah. We like to pause the clock.
Yeah.
All right, let's listen in. Let's
So
see
what
what
do you
these
wanna
guys
do?
are talking about.
I would accept
Chop it all.
ICM deal, like with the stacks, and 10% for the winner.
What's can I see what my ICM would be?
Sure, I can give you last number.
All right, looks like we are counting, verifying, doing some mathing. Donnie, when's the last time you were involved in a chop discussion?
Don't even know.
Very curious to see what comes out of this. Players now verifying their chips. We will obviously, actually we will have nothing to do with this. ARIA staff will put the numbers into a ICM calculator, and then it is up to the players to agree to those numbers, yes or no. Thomas Fuller with 48 big blinds, leading the way by quite the margin. Benjamin Gros in second, Michael Estes in third.
12.
You can see the numbers on your screen. It'll probably take them a while to figure this one out. Not because the math is hard,
23,950.
just because agreeing to a deal is a very big decision to make.
Yeah, it was
Donnie, would you generally say that this benefits the smaller stacks the most? Taking some money off the top to redistribute?
Yeah, I mean, if you're in third place here and you can lock up more than third place money, like, yeah, that's good for you. I mean, of course, anything can happen, right? I mean, Estes could double up here and, you know, depending on who he doubles through, could possibly move into the chip lead. But when it gets volatile like this, you know, if you're able to lock up a good chunk of change, then I don't think it hurts you when you are the short stack like Estes is. And then, you know, on the flip side, if you're the chip leader, like, yeah, you're in the driver's seat, but, you know, Fuller's 47 big blinds deep, Gros is 25, Estes is 16, so not super, super, super deep, so there's going to be a lot of volatility that happens here. But I do like what Gros suggested, where there's always money to play for, right? I kind of think that should be a rule in a way. Like I'm totally for the players always chopping. At the end of the day, it's their money; they can do what they want. But you know, just leave 10% to play for, something like that. So it's still that competition aspect. You know, you get the person at the top of the mountain that won the whole thing. So yeah.
But to play, you mean? We can deal, but we have to play until the end. Yeah, okay. That's what we wanted, I guess.
I don't understand.
Like we can't stop the tournament, right? But that's not what we wanted.
You have to play until the end, because so we need to give you the truffle.
Oh, we're gonna play to the end.
Oh no, of course,
we can deal and keep playing.
Yeah,
we
that's,
can
that's
deal
what
and
we are
keep
speaking about dealing and keep playing for until the end.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Because we're going to leave 10% to the winner, right?
And yeah, I think 10% for the winner is a good idea. Like.
Sure. So
All
it's
right,
like we take 10% out of the remaining.
Everybody's, you know, whatever this ICM is, you take 10% out of everyone's, and then you add that up, and that's what we're playing for, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Right?
I'm interested to hear it.
Yeah, because I know I'm short stacks. I don't know.
The
I'm interested.
advice I would give Donnie in deal talk is say as little as possible if you like what you hear.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're going to
play it out.
We want to keep 10% for the winner,
yeah.
if it's possible. So we want to play until the end, yeah.
Yep.
We just want to deal first, to see the numbers.
Seems like they all are in agreement on the theory of it all.
Yeah, and now you're just crunching some numbers.
And
So
we want the
272 and change
play
up
that.
top,
Yeah.
190
No, we
for
want to play this.
second,
What's the trophy look like?
123 for third.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Maybe not.
So there's $586,000, you know, give or take, up for grabs right now. So 10% of that left to play for, $58,610. So you can pull that out of the remaining
That's some money.
prizes accordingly, and then run the ICM after that is what they're doing here, would be my guess. And then they'll come to the final numbers, and it sounds like they've agreed. You know, pending any like craziness or any shock value for the amounts.
It was a good jam on King Queen, by the way.
To be honest, I had a read on your physical. So I can be wrong, but I trust my feeling about your physical.
Sure.
Wait, we're talking about.
I got 1.2. You're jamming.
Live tells?
Because of this, it was not because of this. It was because of the read. I had a physical read.
Yeah.
And my hand 14 deep, like.
Yeah.
Of course, it's not like ace-2
yeah,
suit attack.
Yeah.
Of course, it's easy.
Offsuit, a little harder, but you still go with it.
Offsuit, I think with this read, I would have gone for it.
Yeah. Good read. What did I put it in?
There is a part of we can always be wrong with the read, but
Sure, yeah.
I just decided to follow it, and if I'm wrong, okay, like, so be it. I have S Jack suit 14 deep, like it's never like.
Guy made the pot that got me going in the tournament day one. I had it on the end, went all in, and he said I looked weak. He called like total bluff.
8.27.
I had it, so that made me feel good. But yeah, obviously I was weak that time.
Yeah, the 4-bet jam, the King Queen. I like it. I liked it a lot. You know what I had?
Yeah, 10-9 suit.
Yeah.
And 10 suit.
And I had the same King Queen suit when I 4-bet against you. It was my hand at this table.
Yeah, I figured like you're gonna get value out of that. That's fine.
I think
I still like to play.
No, I had like hand. It was not crazy hands I had. It was good hand to do it like.
Yeah, no, you had aces earlier.
Nothing crazy.
I think I made terrible fold against you on 10-8 X.
I had 10.
10. Oh, you had a 10? Really? Ace 8 of spades.
Yeah, I had 10. Just let you know.
I just had such an awkward.
I could have jammed.
Such an awkward spot.
I didn't. I was kind of, laddering. I was waiting for the short stack. Like a couple of plays I could have made differently, but yeah. I mean, I was waiting to ladder with my position.
All right, so we're waiting.
I probably should have 3-bet you once.
The numbers.
I think I used a time bank and ended up folding in the small blind. King 4 suited.
I don't remember
what
I had.
If my calculations are correct,
yes.
First place will be just over 202.
You were chip leading. I don't want to.
Second place will be 172.5, and third place 152.7, and then they'll play for that 58,000.
But in position, I could have called.
You could call, yeah.
Against chip leader, you don't want to be out of position.
Yeah,
like,
not with King 4.
With King 4 suit. It's not.
All right, while these players are still figuring out the chop, we're going to take a little break and return to the action when cards get back in the air. So we'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
That vlogger kid has the Queen 7 suited. In the big, shortest stack here.
Seems good enough to chuck in one big blind, C3.
Rampage does agree. And it comes 7-6-5 with 2 hearts.
It's a nice looking board for a big blind. Decision time for Shannon because you can put so much pressure on Rampage with even a 1 big blind bet, but that board is just all over the big blinds range.
And then Shore turns a jack.
Rampage with tons of fans in the chat. They're not going to like this.
Their guy could be facing a pretty dicey situation soon. Checks once more.
2 flush draws on board now. Top pair, top kicker for Shannon.
Wants to get some chips in.
500.
1/3 of Rampage's stack if he wants to get sticky here.
Knowing that Shannon could be coming for the rest on the river.
Yep. And also knowing that Shannon is very capable of being empty here.
Absolutely.
10 seconds. Time extension.
He'll have a time extension. Grants him an additional 30 seconds to act.
All the players had their time extensions replenished at 7-handed start of the day.
On.
Rampage does jam here.
Call.
Shore makes the call, and here we go. Rampage is on the ropes, needing a queen or a 7 on the river to stay alive. If he finds a way, he's up to more than 3.8 million in chips. River card is a 3. We say good game to Rampage. Ethan Yao out in 7th, $104,424. 2 heads up, and then the levels will shorten to 40 minutes. Shore ace jack wants some more.
300.
Baldy ace 5 off. He now the shortest stack.
Yeah, by quite a bit. Oh wow, and Shannon's just getting more chips shoved his way.
Shore will ask for a count, but it does look like he could score another KO here.
4,550.
Normally this kind of action from the big blind I would think is pretty strong. However, you have to credit Shore with opening very wide with a stack distribution like this, and he does make the call.
There is that call. Baldy now on the ropes. Our chip leader, Shannon Shore, looking to cruise through this final table. Has the chips in good once more. Baldy needs some help. More than 5.3 million in the middle if he finds it. And he does see a 5 on the flop. So it comes ace 5, 3. The turn brings another ace. 5 to chop. Jack for the elimination. River card is a 10, and just like that, Eric Baldwin is back in business. Joe says, love having PokerGO streams up during our home games. 9 of my friends are watching while playing.
Oh, that's cool.
I will say they're all calling strategy here. They are all punters. Well, good to have the punters tuned in.
That's a good home game to be in.
Yeah, really. Jack 6-3.
Okay.
Shore whiffing this flop is going to take a stab at it. Romero going nowhere with top pair. Romero, who dressed to match the trophies today.
Does check call. Turn 5 of clubs, no club in either player's hand. Time extension used by Romero for an additional 30 seconds to act.
Considering a lead out, this board is pretty nice for the big blind defend range. He does just have top pair.
Check.
Always a little odd when people burn time extensions on turn with like so much action still to
Yeah.
go. It's like, how does Shannon read into this?
Let's go check, check. River brings the king of clubs. Will the door be open? For sure here.
Not Romero's favorite card, and yeah, with Shannon just probably not trying to show down Queen 10 high. Oh, and he burns another time extension.
I think he got the check-in. It's an automatic
close.
voice on the
Okay.
iPad.
Would this be a credible story? Would you expect Shannon to be betting turns with
That's a
club
good
draws?
point. It's a good point.
There are some club draws I wouldn't want to barrel through. Like if you happen to have a pair with yours, if you have a 6 and a big club, you may just try to show down. Then, oh, good, I got there.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a narrow range though of hands.
Shore will come after it here. Can Romero find a call? Just one pair.
Another time extension. A lot to consider here. Basically, if he makes the call and he's wrong, he kind of is drawn back to those bottom stacks. Not like anyone is short, though.
True.
But right now, he's sitting pretty firmly in third place. Losing chips is very costly at this point in the tournament, but staring right at Shannon.
And letting it go. Shannon Shore gets one through here.
Showing it, interesting.
75,000.
That shirt's ridiculous. You can't smoke at the table.
15th through 13th all earn the same, almost 37K. That'll be a 10K pay jump from 13th to 12th.
It's a nice payday already, though.
Yes,
About
indeed.
11 buy-ins. Baldwin opens and Smith waking up in the small blind with queens. 30 bigs.
425.
425,000.
Goes with pretty small 3-bet. Out of position here.
That is a small 3-bet. Usually you see about 7 or 8x, sometimes even a little bit more. He goes for just about 5. That's more of like an imposition sizing. Do you read into this as Baldwin? I mean, you're getting laid a very good price in position. Maybe that overrules your feeling of, oh, this is a good hand.
Yeah, it's a great point. Also, we know that, and this is no insult, it's just the fact that Smith is a less experienced tournament player. Perhaps he would just make it somewhere around this amount with all of his hands.
Could be.
Is Baldy going to try
It's
to
definitely
pounce?
possible. This is a $3,500 buy-in, though. Like
That's true.
You know, so it's
Yeah.
like he's. Well, although they ran a ton of satellites to this too,
right.
so. Oh wow.
8-6-3 with 2 spades.
Action flop for Baldwin's hand. Smith is just 2 SPR.
650.
650.
Goes very large. 2/3 pot.
650 into about $1 million.
And this is where if you're baldy, it doesn't matter how strong this all looks. You're just like thinking
Right,
about
right,
Vegas
right.
and the effing Mirage.
At least one time extension will be owed.
All in.
And we're going to play a big one here, folks. As Baldwin does jam.
Smith with queens is just too good to fold. You're so high
Absolutely.
up. Perhaps a bit concerned he was being trapped.
A fair concern, but I still see
Oh,
no
I'm
path
never
to
folding
folding
in
queens.
my life. Yeah.
There's
Makes
the
the
call,
call.
and here we go.
Yeah, figured.
Smith with queens, Baldy the ace-9 suited, more than 5.2 million in the middle.
I literally
Huge
said, I
pot.
thought you had ace-10 spades or something.
Basically a flip.
There we go.
Turn card, 3 of diamonds. You see the outs for Baldwin on the top of your screen. River card is the deuce of spades.
Good game, man.
Baldy gets there to eliminate Andrew Smith.
Oh, it's so painful.
Playing, guys.
You too.
Nice run for Andrew Smith.
Absolutely.
So 37K is going to feel good when he realizes it tomorrow, but right now that
It's just
hurts
max
so
pay.
bad.
Let me back you up after when we get to 7.
About 2 queens. Showing here after Baldy opened with the king-queen suited. Lau looks interested in the proceedings. And that is because he has ace-king.
Pretty sick, depending on what he decides to do. It looks like Baldy's going to be saved some chips. Man, they're not shallow.
No, I mean, John gets 50 bigs to start the hand.
1.2.5.
1.25.
Yep.
The cold 4-bet to 1.25.
Does not feel good with queens here. Baldy is saved having a call. What do you do with queens here? This feels like it's never jacks when it 4-bets,
true.
so you're not too thrilled. $650 if you want to call in position, which I think is somewhat reasonable.
Doesn't sound like a terrible option.
Race.
But no, we're going for it.
The non-all-in 5-bet, which I don't get to say very often.
Yeah, Ace King wants a puke.
Yeah, yeah.
Just no one's happy.
Makes it 2 million. Just clicks it back.
I don't think you're 4-betting Ace King off to fold, but if there were ever a spot that would make me want to, it's this.
It's exactly 2 million, right?
Yeah.
Call.
So he's going to put in the extra
Okay.
750K and try to spike one of his outs.
He's got more than 4.3 million in the middle. 2.1 million behind. Sean.
And I think if I'm Lau, I'm doing this with aces as well. You're kind
Absolutely,
of you're a little
yeah.
bit protected.
See, pop up Jack 10 at 9. 2 hearts.
So close to being a good flop for Lau. Not quite, though.
That's
There's the check, there's the snap jam.
The count.
Lau has asked for a count.
$2,105,000.
2,105,000.
Getting 3-1. Queen gives him the nuts. Does he still think his ace and king are alive? This is such like a dicey situation.
Has a whole stack of time extensions. Might be putting them to use. Puts them all out in front of him.
I mean, Lau could consider that he could be up against another ace-king. It's going to happen some of the time, but... But credit to him is that he has 50 big blinds back if he makes this fold. He didn't just gamble it all in pre. I do wish we had a rabbit cam, though.
Okay, call.
Does make the call. More than 8.5 million in the middle. Oh my.
Oh, the fist pump is a little early though, sir.
How about a
20%
4-to-1
still.
dog? Phone is out.
Fade some outs.
Backdoor hearts, another path to victory. Instead, the turn brings another 9. That is a very clean turn card for that man.
Queen no longer
Right.
good. Ace or king only for Lau.
Just an ace.
Yes!
5 on the river. And we have a new chip leader. More than $1.2 million in career life tournament earnings. Went deep at the World Series main event last year. 132nd.
That's about the time I feel like people start to have the dream.
Yeah, yeah. And you're what? Midday 5, late day 5.
Haven't slept in 4 days.
Feels like the door is open. Jackie Burkhart, can we get a mini booth cam so we can judge the dance moves? My
Nope.
money is on Jamie. It's probably a safe bet, Jackie.
Big fan of Jackie, one of the most fun
Same.
people in poker. Her and Angela Jordison, just an awesome pair.
Great crew.
I see your stack.
Wow, loves to hear that question. Doesn't love to see that fold. And Rampage,
no.
wow, has 2 kings. How? Rampage on the right end of a cooler just a bit earlier. Ace-king versus ace-queen, blind versus blind. Here, though, kings versus aces.
$425.
A small 3-bet to 425.
One saving grace is it is against the shorter stack, the only one at the table.
All right, man. You got enough camera time with the queens versus ace king.
Maybe he's a Bears fan.
There's the jam. Here's the snap call, and here we go. Kings versus aces. Lau looking to get back up to more than 3.6 million. Rampage looking to get us down to 12.
Unlucky.
Unlucky indeed. For now. Six, three, four, couple diamonds.
Oh, you're both diamonds.
I like a 5 of diamonds.
How about the
Oh
queen of
my.
diamonds? Still intriguing. And now Rampage calls for the 5 of diamonds, which we can see is in the muck, but that's okay. Looking for a diamond or a king. River card is the 5 of spades. Lau finds the dramatic double up.
Yeah.
Burke with 10s. And Westmoreland with ace king.
Oh, baby.
Time extension used for an additional 30 seconds to act. And does jam.
Nope. Sorry. Hit the shot.
That one's certainly flat. I don't think they're getting fooled this one.
Heard Burke say, I don't think I can fold.
I think you can. Do.
Does make the call, and here we go.
Love boys.
What?
Oh man,
massive flip.
Baldy and Rampage are loving this. Two
No
even
matter
stacks.
what, yeah, they either get an elimination right here, or it's Westmoreland down to 275K. More than 8.1 million in the middle. Westmoreland's fiance Kate at the window.
A lot of money in there, boys.
Oh, what a big spot this is to potentially end the night. Jack 4-3, so far so good for Burke. Westmoreland needing an ace or a king or backdoor cards to make it straight. The turn is a 5 to add a few more outs. A deuce, an ace, or a king gets us to our official final table of 7. Anything else, and it's a double up for Burke. River card is an ace.
Nice in.
Westmoreland wins the flip in dramatic fashion.
Covered.
We'll count it down to be sure.
1, 2, 3, 35.
Fiance Kate is pumped.
Good game, guys.
Say good game to Michael Burke. Incredible run and more to come from him throughout his career.
Forgot how to play out of a big blind.
Some blocker kid.
That vlogger kid has the Queen 7 suited. In the big, shortest stack here.
Seems good enough to chuck in one big blind, C3.
Rampage does agree. And it comes 7-6-5 with 2 hearts.
It's a nice looking board for a big blind. Decision time for Shannon because you Can put so much pressure on Rampage with even a 1 big blind bet, but that board is just all over the big blinds range.
Then Shore turns a jack.
Rampage with tons of fans in the chat. They are not going to like this.
Their guy could be facing a pretty dicey situation soon. Checks once more.
2 flush draws on board now. Top pair, top kicker for Shannon.
Wants to get some chips in.
1/3 of Rampage's stack if he wants to get sticky here.
Knowing that Shannon could be coming for the rest on the river.
Yep. And also knowing that Shannon is very capable of being empty here.
Absolutely.
10 seconds. Time extension.
Oh, time extension. Grants him an additional 30 seconds to act.
All the players had their time extensions replenished at 7-handed start of the day.
On.
Rampage does jam here.
Call.
Shore makes the call, and here we go. Rampage is on the ropes, needing a queen or a 7 on the river to stay alive. If he finds a way, he's up to more than 3.8 million in chips. River card is a 3. We say good game to Rampage. Ethan Yao out in 7th, $104,424. 2 heads up, and then the levels will shorten to 40 minutes. Shore ace jack once more.
300.
Baldy ace 5 off. He now the shortest stack.
Yeah, by quite a bit. Oh wow, and Shannon's just getting more chips shoved his way.
Shore will ask for a count, but it does look like he could score another KO here.
Normally this kind of action from the big blind I would think is pretty strong. However, you have to credit Shore with opening very wide with a stack distribution like this. And he does make the call.
There is that call. Baldy now on the ropes. Our chip leader, Shannon Shore, looking to cruise through this final table. Has the chips in good once more. Baldy needs some help. More than 5.3 million in the middle if he finds it. And he does see a 5 on the flop. So it comes ace 5-3. The turn brings another ace. 5 to chop. Jack for the elimination. River card is a 10, and just like that, Eric Baldwin is back in business. Joe says, love having PokerGO streams up during our home games. 9 of my friends are watching while playing.
Oh, that's cool.
I will say they're all calling strategy here. They are all punters. Well, good to have the punters tuned in.
That's a good home game to be in.
Yeah, really. Jack 6-3.
sure whiffing this flop is going to take a stab at it. Romero going nowhere with top pair. Romero, who dressed to match the trophy.
Welcome back to the conclusion of the 2024 BetMGM Poker Championship as part of the ARIA Poker Open. We are live inside the PokerGO Studio. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me to watch this thing reach its conclusion after more than 40 minutes of deal talk conversation. Players have finally agreed to the following. Chip leader Fuller gets $222,000. Benjamin Gros gets $190,000. And our shortest stack, Michael Estes, gets $168,000. There's $5,000 left to play for. And, of course, those 2 trophies that you've seen on set over the course of tonight's action. So there it is, Donnie.
What happened to 50,000?
So yeah, I don't know. Apparently, and I don't know who disagreed on this, apparently there was a disagreement about the amount left to play for. At first they said 10%, then they went back and forth on that for quite some time, hence the longer delay, the longer break in the action. But ultimately they agreed to play for $5,000 and the trophy. So still some money up for grabs, but probably, Donnie, at this point, given how much they've already collected, it is about getting that W on the record.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you always want to win a tournament at the end of the day. And when you get down to the final table, you know, you can definitely start to taste it. When you get to 3-handed play, it's right there. You know, it's right there within reach. So everyone wants to win it, even if you're the short stack Estes. You know, 1 double up, you're right back into it, if not in the chip lead, depending on who you double through, and anything can happen.
All right, so Thomas Fuller adding a massive score to his tournament resume. The other players also with a very successful trip to Las Vegas. Just spoke to Benjamin Gross's friend who is hanging out here on the rail. He's saying the entire French poker community is sweating the action, watching the live stream, and I think they can all celebrate with a bit of a nightcap as their friend collects $190K. Already with the potential for an extra 5K. Here comes Gros with ace-king, raising it up on the button.
$4 million.
4 million.
Estes makes it $4 million with Jack-10 of hearts. Given the current dynamics, we could see a big all-in. Estes not a whole lot left behind.
I mean, I can't imagine he's folding when this money goes into the middle.
10 seconds.
All in.
Call.
And there it is. Gros moves all in. Estes makes the call. And Estes, an underdog, but still practically flipping to flip-flop the stacks here. 16.3 million in the middle. Benjamin Gros, 60% to reduce this tournament to its final 2 players. King, deuce, queen,
Oh, well, never mind.
all clubs. Estes with the open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, still 20% here, so not out of it yet.
Can't be a club, though. Gros standing up as if it was his tournament life on the line. King on the turn reduces the outs of Estes, who is now down to just 3 outs. A 9 and a 9 only will keep him in the tournament, and it's not there for him.
Good game.
Good game.
Great run by Michael Estes.
Hey, go get him.
Nice.
Terrific showing and a very, very nice payday, taking home $168,000 after the chop they agreed to 3-handed. And we are now down to heads-up play between the 2 most dominant players of the day. 24 million versus 21 million. It is
I saw
USA
it
versus
yesterday.
France.
2 tables
Fuller
left when we were playing
versus
together.
Gros.
I thought, decent chance it comes down.
Thank you. That's nice.
5K and the trophy. That's what's on the line
It was
here.
already a fight because you were chip lead on my left. It was like already a fight between us.
Yeah, but
a nice fight, but
you were battling. You did everything.
All right. It's been fun.
Great game.
it was
Great game.
Congrats again.
You could still get over to the win.
Yeah. Oh, God.
I'm big blind, right?
The action never stops.
And so just to let you guys know, hands up, we are reduced to the 30 minutes level.
Okay.
Unless you guys want to change anything.
Good for me.
You guys want to make it quicker?
Is it 42 million in play?
It's 45 minutes.
45 in play?
We are quite close now, I guess.
I think so. Yeah, 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's real close.
Like 40.
Forgot the RFID.
Jack 4 deuce. Rainbow flop. First hand of heads up play. Donnie, how badly do you think these two players want the win and the trophies?
I think very much so. I mean, for Gros, you know, I think it's something
Do you
that
want, before we are
he's
even,
certainly
that we each take one trophy.
Yeah.
And the winner takes the black one, I guess.
Yeah. Ooh, they're both pretty cool.
I think I really prefer the black one.
Okay. Okay, I'll take the blue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, blue's my favorite color.
Nice.
In my 20s,
my
I
God.
only wore blue.
You know, Gros, I think is
it's fair,
somebody
like, you know,
who's
it's a trophy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
very serious about his game and will love to get like that signature marquee type of victory, right? So I think that this would certainly give him that notch in his belt and something that, you know, he can hang his hat on amongst his peers and, you know, certainly get the respect that I think he's deserving of from what we've seen him today. And then on the other side for Fuller, I mean, Fuller's sort of had his success already, $1.6 million in earnings before this event. He does have that kind of signature win in the Heartland Poker Tour Blackhawk main event back in 2016. He has a couple other huge final tables, APT Baden and APT Las Vegas. But the fact that he was in poker, professional poker player, then got out of poker to first be a teacher, then a little bit as a data scientist, and now is back into poker, kind of like proving to himself that, hey, I can still do this. You know, I can come back and I can win again. So I think that that's ultimately what things mean here for Fuller. So both players certainly have something to play for. And I know you might look at it and say they have the cash locked up. They're only playing for $5,000 more, but a tournament win is sometimes, you know, priceless in a lot of ways.
The tournament win is what we ultimately sign up for. And I thought it was hilarious. They talked about chopping the trophies. Donnie, are they going to, like, Uber rideshare on the way home?
I mean, why not, right? $2.5 million out there, and Fuller is coming out with a bet here with two pair, kings and sixes. Gros just has a pair of fours here. Overbet here, 3.1 into 2.5. I think this is the first overbet that we've seen at this final table, if my memory serves me correctly. Apologies if I missed one earlier.
10 seconds.
Overbets, you know, many times are very, very polarized, you know, kind of nutted hands or completely air, or complete air, I should say. And this one is more of the nutted variety, and Gros picks it off. Or makes the call, and he's wrong.
Fuller extends the lead now to the 1. Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. We'd love to see if any of the Frenchies are still up and about, sweating the action. I'm sure Thomas Fuller will have some friends or fans from back in the day tuning in. Bit of a flashback to the early days of the EPT. As we mentioned before, EPT Season 4, Fuller finished 4th in Baden.
Who won it?
Julian Thu.
Oh, look at that. Whatever happened to him?
I don't know. It was definitely a main character on the tour back in the day. Jerry Vandenberg also at that final table.
There was somebody that made the, I think made the Prague final table that was an OG name. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh. I remember so many weird random names from our past covering these events. Meanwhile, these two guys are playing fast. Back on the flop. And heads up is just such a different ballgame, really. It's so different compared to all the dynamics you had to fight through to get to this point. Big adjustment for both players, but so far they're happy to play some flops, turns, and rivers.
Anton Bergstrom.
Bergstrom, wow. Deep cuts.
Yeah, he made the recent Prague final table.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's even funnier. You know, when I think of Prague, I think of Roberto Romanello, Ramzi Jalassi.
I think of Martin Finger.
Martin Finger, Jan Scampa.
3.
Oh, Donnie. Salvatore Bonavena.
Oh, whatever happened to that guy? Where's he at?
He probably owns a bistro in Italy somewhere or a fashion shop. Meanwhile, on the river, Gros bets $3 million with the king. Fuller only with the 4, considering it after the turn when check. Fuller, by the way, the one betting on the flop.
Yeah, notice this time it's Gros coming in with the overbet, $3 million into 2.5, so returning the favor. He doesn't get called though.
$1 million.
1 million.
Gros made it $1 million. Fuller came along with the call. Donnie, of all the stages of the tournament, heads up, to me, the one where I'm most out of my depth. To me, okay, this might sound funny. To me, there's almost never a reason to fold. I'm just seeing lots of turns and rivers all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I mean, obviously, you know, weaker hands go up in value, marginal hands go up in value. It's hard to make pairs in poker. You're forced to play a lot of pots.
Steven in the chat says, I believe Fuller came into the day with 156K. We were set right next to each other with the same stack. 16th place for me. Hopefully he can take it down. GL. Thanks for the shout, Steven. I'm sure he'll appreciate hearing that. B Paddles says, why even play for the 5K? Well, you have to leave something to play for, and I believe this was the minimum. But ultimately, as we said when Heads Up Play started, the win in and of itself means a lot to these guys. And you can tell clearly that they're just playing as if there's 100K on the line. There are no shortcuts here. There are no players looking to gamble. The blinds are going up a bit quicker now. It is 30-minute levels, but that could still mean we are here for a while watching this heads-up match unfold.
10 seconds.
I mean, 40 big blind average is still pretty deep when it comes to heads-up play and in tournament poker for the most part. Players both sharing a jack. Nice looking ace-6 suited here on the button for Gros. Comes in with a limp. You do see a lot of limping, heads up in position. A little bit less incentivized to raise on the button, as you might be a little bit counterintuitive to what you think. And that's just because the big blind ante provides such a good price for your opponent that you're going to get called quite a bit. So you can just take a little bit more of a passive approach pre-flop and just limp in, possibly call a raise from your opponent, but don't need to really blow the pot pre-flop. Fuller check calling 500K on the queen 3, another 3 here on the turn. Check, check. 10 on the river. It is another spade. Gros is best with that ace high. I think Gros can probably try and find some value here. I mean, you can probably get called by a king high. You might even get called by a jack high, to be honest. Fuller correctly gives that one up and Gros takes it.
We had a good table last night, huh?
Yeah.
For deep in a tournament like this?
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah.
Because at first the tournament was pretty tough, I think. Like on Friday, I played the day one.
Yeah.
It was like
me too.
table full regular. Like
my starting table was the hardest table I had.
Yeah. Because I think all the regs are going to play the day one of the 10K on Saturday.
Right.
And so they were playing this day one at the ARIA.
Is that why you busted it?
I almost didn't play it.
Why is that?
Too many
deciding
regs?
what to do on.
I mean, I did play on Friday.
Oh.
On Friday.
Which is before the
and
main event started at the Win. So
1.25 mil.
No, I busted because I play like an idiot. What are you gonna do? Just screw things up. Raise here from Fuller on the button, 1.25 milli.
Vegas Boulevard for 5 minutes deciding if I wanted to play or not.
Good decision.
Yeah.
Just flops Broadway. Look at that. $1.2 million here. Gros does have a straight draw. And he's going to stick around. Queen pairs the board on the turn. Check from Gros. Turnback gets it done from Fuller. Good little pickup there. Stretching out that lead to a gap of 20 million.
All spades here. Queen 8-3. Whoever stabs first probably gets to take this one down. Fourth spade rolls off, increasing the chances of a checked down type situation.
See if Fuller wants to stab at this one. Can't imagine he thinks 9 high is good.
Check.
He's gonna check, check, check.
Got a 9, 10. Oh, 3.
Lots of passive play, Donnie. If you're in the situation playing for the trophy and you know, quote unquote, just for 5K, wouldn't you want to sort of switch gears a little bit and try to force something to happen here? Because there's seemingly such little downside.
Yeah, but I mean, again, like I think these guys just hold that title in such high regard that, you know, you still want to win, even if you're ultimately not playing for the money because you've locked up the large majority of that money and you're only playing for that additional $5,000. Being able to end up in the winner's circle, be in that winner's photo, take home the trophy, be, you know, the BetMGM Poker Championship champion, like that is worth a ton. You don't just want to throw it away when you're this close. Also, you know, I think that there's something to be said about, I think heads-up poker is, as you see, Fuller here picks this one up with a pair of queens. You know, heads-up poker is just really so much different than any other form of poker. Yeah, you play a lot of heads-up pots, but it's under the situational aspects that you're 6, 7, 8, 9-handed. But heads-up poker, there's going to be that feeling out period, right? Especially when you're still pretty deep overall. Again, what, 45 bigs, the average between these two. So, you know, they don't just got to get in there and start throwing chips away and whatnot. Fuller seems like he's pretty content with keeping his opponent at arm's length and taking somewhat of a more conservative approach. If you're Gros, maybe now as you drift, you know, a little bit closer to 20 big blinds in your stack, maybe is when you want to start kind of, you know, swinging, throwing some blows. So we'll see if his chip stack does start trending a little bit shorter. as it has been in these more recent hands. If he's going to start doing some raising, some jamming, some 3-bet jamming, that sort of stuff, just trying to get his money in a good spot and ultimately double up to close the gap here. Both players here flopping a wheel draw. Gros also has that heart in his hand if he wants to go backdoor hearts. Fuller's currently got the best of it. 5 here on the turn. That gives the wheel to Fuller. He's got 93% to win this hand. Gros does pick up a pair of 5s. Fuller checks first act. 5 big blinds out there in the middle. Check behind from the Frenchman. Deuce on the river pairs the board. Probably a good river card here if you're Fuller and you want to try and seek some value. I think you can probably get called by some 2 pairs. Maybe your opponent has trips as well. 625, so on the smaller side here. And he is going to get paid with that wheel. A little bit of a chuckle there from Gros. And more for the man out of Boulder, Colorado. Almost $35 million now for Thomas Fuller. Yeah, he should have like a, you know how Steph Curry like hits the dagger at the end and he does like the night night? Like Thomas Fuller should like the final hand should be like, good night. Good night, Moon. you gotta have a finishing move, right?
Absolutely.
You gotta hit him with it.
He needs to have like a trademark like card protector that says that on it.
That's right. Nice looking 10-9 suited here for Fuller. He limps in. And Gros with a big one. Ace, king of spades. And Gros working on 20 bigs to start this hand. 19 behind after he posted the big blind ante. Comes in with a raise. Would not envision Fuller's going to go anywhere. Can certainly call and play this one in position. And he's going to do just that.
Was it good? Yep.
King Jack 10 on the flop here. Potentially interesting here, Donnie, or is the 10-9 perhaps a bit too troublesome given the context of this hand?
1-5.
I think it'll be tricky, you know, I mean, but you do flop a decent hand in heads-up play. Granted, it's bottom pair here. It's on the type of texture I think your opponent, as the raiser, is going to want to represent here for sure. This might be a spot where Fuller just wants to call the street here, not go crazy with his hand, see how things develop, and then react accordingly on the turn. He does make the call, and the 8 of diamonds comes out on the turn. Right around 1-to-1 stack to pot ratio for Gros. I would imagine this money's going in for him. And there it is.
So Gros all in for 6.55. Fuller with 10-9. Pair, straight draw. But can he find a hand he's actually ahead against?
6,050,000.
You know, hands that I think he might be ahead against here would be like 7s with the 7 of hearts.
550.
Ace-5 suited, you know, Ace-6 suited, Ace-7 suited, so something like that that can raise. I feel as though this type of board is probably going to connect with Gross's raising range, you know, quite a bit here. And Fuller likely feels the same way because that hand's into the muck. Well done by him. You know, he's made some not so easy folds. I remember the ace-8 versus the jack-10 of Estes earlier here with this one as well. And correctly so. I mean, getting out of the way of some disaster. It's another one where Fuller's probably going to want to see it later on when he gets caught up with the stream, but he's going to like what he sees when it does come. You know, probably right now questioning himself a little bit. Did I make the right fold? Did he get one over on me? But
next one? Okay.
No, you did make the right fold, sir. Well done. Good discipline. Min raise here from Gros. Ace-10 off. Fuller's in there with the 8-7. And both players flop a pair, so Fuller's going to need some more discipline on this one because second pair heads up. Seems like a good hand if you ask me.
700.
Check call of 700K. Off to the turn we go. Deuce of diamonds. Just a nice little brick there. That could ultimately cost Fuller some more chips here if Gros decides to come with another bet, which I would expect him to do so. There are some inferior hands you want to charge and get some value from. There's, of course, some draws out there as well. You don't want to just be given free cards to. You can target worse 10s, you can target 7s, you know, even a 3. Can charge diamonds if that's what Fuller's on. 5, 6, 4, 5, combinations like that. So there's a lot out there.
10 seconds.
But Fuller's been good in these spots, you know, being able to figure out, you know, when I've got a good hand, but it's likely that I'm second best, so I'm going to pass on it. He's at least committing another 3.3 million here with this call. Queen on the river. Check from Fuller. There is the jam. Look at that.
Count, please.
After getting knocked down early on in this heads-up battle, Gros looking to regain some momentum here. How do you like the shove?
I like it. I mean, I think you can still target some worse hands. The queen, I mean, I'm not totally worried about. I know it's easy just to think like, oh, an overcard to my pair, like I have to be worried. But like, really, what hands with a queen is Fuller gonna be check calling 2 streets with? I don't think that there's a lot there unless it's something that has the queen of diamonds. Oh, he's gonna pick this off.
He's gonna make the call, and all of a sudden the tables are turned, and France is on top. Benjamin Gros gets the full double up to 27 million, and Thomas Fuller now the short stack with 18 million. Can you explain the call here, Donnie?
Well, the first obvious thing that sticks out is diamonds missed, right? So, and then you start to maybe go down the mental path of, is my opponent gonna take a 10 for this route? You know, is he gonna raise and then just bet jam? And then, you know, kind of like if you're in Gross's spot where you're like, you know, maybe initially you say, oh, queen, I have a 10, but should I be worried about that queen? And if you think about it, you probably land on no. But then maybe Fuller thinks like, well, is he going to bet a 10 like this because maybe there's a queen out there? So it just gets tricky. I probably want to say that the 8 in Fuller's hand is a bad card to have because then you're blocking the 8-9 combination. So it might have been better to have like a 7-6 versus a 7-8 there. You know, ultimately, with the way that Fuller, like, he was staring at him as he made the call, was like almost like he just didn't believe him. Like,
Right.
I don't know if that's was a live tell type of thing, maybe some sort of mannerism that Gros was doing that he didn't do before. Whatever it was, ultimately led Fuller to call. And this is really the kind of the first misstep that we saw. I know he did have that misclick earlier, but I would say that this one's a little bit, you know, of some greater importance here because he did double up Gros and fall into second place here. But
how many chips
yeah,
there
I
is?
mean, other than that, you know, I think Fuller's
Total
played
chips?
pretty great overall.
Total
Just
chips?
happened to click the wrong button there in a tricky spot.
45?
Yep.
45, yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right, there it is. The two
360.
trophies on display.
They have even, so no race off. He's have a
There was
no,
just
no,
one
lost,
odd chip.
lost, yeah, lost one card.
I fell off.
King 10 off for Fuller. Back to the action.
10 seconds.
Gros with the smaller king. He's going to see a free flop. Passive little hand. Gros bets $1 million on the river here after catching a king, but little does he know, Fuller has one as well.
3.2.
Makes it 3.2, going for value with his superior king. No spades in Gross's hand, so he's got to give Fuller some credit for those. However, given the way this hand has been played out, which is pretty passively, perhaps we're going to have to look him up here with the king, Donnie?
10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, feels like you have to. I mean, I guess you could try and figure it out, make some sort of read here. Oh, wow. I wonder about that. Reaching for your chips while staring at your opponent and then taking your hand off your chips and saying, no, I'm going to fold. Did you happen to see something when you were doing the reaching? Or maybe it was just the fact that you didn't see anything that allowed you to fold. Either way, good fold there. Pretty close in chips, 24 million, 20 million.
$12. 1.2.
1.2.
Ace 6-6. Fuller catches an ace versus the threes of Gros.
$800. Raise 2.4.
Gros not shying away from this check raise just yet. Sticking around with those threes. Pretty big pot out there, 7.8 million. Fuller with the best of it.
Do you like Fuller's turn check, Donnie?
Well, I mean, this was raised pre-flop in position from Gros, so he could very well consider the fact that he's just behind a better ace. On the turn it is. Now with the king coming in on the river, it's likely that you would be chopping. Given how Gros has played so far during this heads-up match, I wouldn't pin him on too many sixes raising on the button pre-flop, but certainly can have better aces. So once your check raise gets called, might be a spot where you just want to then slow down and instead of continuing to, you know, pile money in the pot. Because at that point, you know, you're probably only going to get called by better and fold out worse hands, and that's not really a spot that you want to be in. So just a little bit of, you know, some passive this and there, but not necessarily in a bad way. $10-9 off here for Fuller as he has now moved himself back into the chip lead. He's going to limp in, playing 300, 600K now.
$24.
2.4.
Yeah.
Gros continuing with the aggression. Fuller with a connector here in position. Makes the call. 5.4 million in the middle. Pots continue to be large, but there's a lot of play left. As we see King 10-8 rainbow roll off the deck. That's in Fuller's wheelhouse.
Fuller's not going to like to see this one when he gets the showdown.
Yeah, the jack on the turn.
Yeah, Gros stepping a little bit out of line here with the jack-6 off, but gets there on the turn, and now he's going to value bet this, and I would guess that he gets called. I mean, Fuller's made some really good folds before, so don't consider it, you know, an automatic fold here, or an automatic call here for him. He's his face is like, well, man, what are you up to over there? Like, what's going on?
10 seconds.
And Gros is just going to roll over this jack-6 off. Oh, man.
In case you're just finding us on YouTube or PokerGo. Still heads up, playing for the trophy and $5,000. It is a battle between the two guys who won it the most, duking it out for the bragging rights and the W on the old Hendon. Definitely means a lot to these two.
Feels like a little bit of momentum shift here, going back over to Gros. You know, he won that last hand with that jack-6. Here he has a pair of 4s. He's going to call this, and it's going to be right.
King I?
Seconds. Seconds.
2 million.
2 million.
Seconds.
All in.
All in.
Do you know how much count, please?
Yeah.
All right, we're getting a count here. Perhaps a bit too deep, Donnie, to call it off with the King-10.
Yeah, I think it's close. I lean fold. You know, there's going to be a lot of limp jams here, I think, from Fuller with ace highs. So you're obviously behind a lot of that. You know, might be some
6.
Thank you.
King, Jack, King, Queen in there at times too. He does find the fold, does Gros. Well done by him. Not wanting to gamble with the King 10-0. Also one of those spots, if you're Gros, where you probably feel like you're pretty comfortable, like you're kind of in control of this match. So why just gamble it up against your opponent? You know, yeah, I mean, he got that one from you, right? He took 2 million chips from you, but still feel fine. You're still in the chip lead. No real reason just to, you know, get involved in what is essentially a flip for everything.
And with everything, you mean 5K and the trophy.
Yeah, I mean, everything is in, like,
the honors.
The title, you know, the honor. The right to be called champion, like, yeah.
10 seconds.
Very close now.
Hmm?
Very close now.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
It's like 23 and me 21. Or
23-21.
First to 30 wins.
10 seconds.
1.3.
It'd be funny if there was a poker tournament, probably lower stakes, where every time you go to break, everyone with 10 big blinds or less is eliminated.
Wouldn't hate it.
Right?
It'd be an interesting twist. I mean, they kind of do. They do that on the other side with a lot of these milestone satellites now. Like when you get to a certain amount, you know, they just give you the seat and they take you out. What if it was the other way?
Right.
If you weren't over a certain threshold, you just see you later.
Meanwhile,
should make it like 5 big blinds though.
5, yeah.
I mean, there's plenty of people that'll like get super short.
And it'll be a bomb pot with those chips the first hand after the break.
I'm in.
Gros making it 3.9 million, takes it down before the flop.
A little shake of the head there from Fuller.
Fuller showing a bit more facial expression as of late. Perhaps getting a bit frustrated with some of the opportunities that he's had. Things going in Gross's favor.
4 million.
Gross bets $1 million. Fuller comes along, makes the call with spades, and there is the spade. Flush for Fuller, and Gros now with a pair and a flush draw. Donnie.
Yeah, I mean, Gros has a big hand himself, heads up. You know, he's got second pair, which, you know, it's not top pair, but pairs go up in value. This card here could ultimately make things tricky for Gros, because a little bit less likely your opponent has a king now. Yeah, of course, he can have a flush. You have a flush blocker. You have 2 pair with a decent kicker here, so let's see what sort of bet Fuller wants to come with, and then I would expect a call. Looks like he's going to come small here. 1.3 million into 5 million. Quick call from Gros, and
Sorry? Is that any good?
flush good.
Wow, that was quick. Gros called it off. And now Fuller back in the lead.
I see Sparty Party in the chat saying, why are they playing for 5K? I can't imagine that's the difference of prize money between first and second. Did they come to an agreement prior? Yes, they did. In fact, the final 3 players, Benjamin Gros, Thomas Fuller, and then Mike Estes, all made a deal, an ICM chop during 3-handed play. Fuller was the chip leader at the time. He locked up almost $223,000. Gross, $190,000, and then Estes took home $168,000. And then they elected to leave $5,000 in additional prize money to play for. So, again, Fuller's locked up $223,000. Gross has $190,000 coming his way. And now they're just playing heads up for $5,000, the trophy, and the right to be called the champion of this BetMGM Poker Championship.
Three.
Gros comes with a bet here, $3 million on the turn. That gets it done. These are the final 2 players from a field of what was
I can't wait to watch
once
this. We get to see so many hands.
1,130 entries.
Like usually you just see, you know, big hands, coolers.
Yeah.
See like every hand. It's a great way to improve.
As close as we've seen these 2 in chips, $22.7 million for Fuller, $22.3 million for Gros. So less than a big blind now separating these 2 players. Both right around 37 big blinds each, about a 50-50 distribution on the chips. Fuller does have that slight lead. Yes, Sparty, I mean, these 2, like, you would think you chop up the large majority of the prize money, you're only playing for an extra 5K in the trophy. You know, maybe they just say, heck with it, let's get the money in and let's get this over with. But these 2 have shown that they both really, really, really want to get that W. They've each been grinding it out, not just giving it up too easily. Raising the button here from Fuller, Jack 4 off. Do notice that now that we've hit this 300K, 600K level, there has been more raising instead of just limping in. So I think we're past that feeling out period. Stack's a little bit shallower here, and these guys are starting to open things up a little bit. Gros makes the call at the 10 deuce suited. Both players flop a pair. Continuation bet here from Fuller after check 2. He goes for 1.1 million. King pairs the board here on the turn. This feels like always a tricky spot when you're heads up where that top card pairs. Just makes it feel less likely that your opponent then has that top card, which then if you're Gros sitting there with a deuce, you know, you kind of feel better about your hand. Of course, we can feel that he's second best to the better 2 pair of Fuller, but he's going to put the chips in here. Calling 2.7 million as this pot gets up to nearly 11 million.
It's a universal rule, Donnie. When the board pairs, they're just not able to have it. Just continue on from there. 8 completes the board on the river. Like you said, nearly 11 million in the middle. Fuller with Jack 4. Probably happy to check behind, hoping that this 4 is good.
What's it? I don't have to straight. Here again, you can see.
You don't have to show it, but he can ask. Fuller swinging himself back into a decent-sized chip lead here, 27.2 million to 17.8. Gros now down to just under 30 big blinds. Average 37.5 big blinds between these two.
Nine, 8 deuce, 2 diamonds. Gros with the straight flush optionality here. 10 of diamonds would fill it up real nice. Would also give Fuller top pair, so we see some potential here, but Fuller wants nothing to do with this, understandably so.
Ooh, aces. Hello. Raise to 1.3 and a couple of threes here for Gros. Let's see what develops here.
10 seconds.
Gros is going to make the call, so here we go. Pair versus pair. 8, 4, deuce.
Queen of diamonds.
Yeah, feels like a pretty safe card here. On the turn, would expect Fuller just continues to empty the clip here with these aces. Gros is a non-believer so far. Makes the call. 11.6 out there. 6 on the river. Gros with the check. Let's see if Fuller wants to ask for it all.
Seconds.
8.4.
8.4.
Takes more of a geometric sizing here, but doesn't get all the money in.
What do you mean by that? Geometric sizing?
Like taking the same size that he took on previous streets. Oftentimes you take that sort of sizing to line it up to get all in. You know, he doesn't line it up to get it all in here, but you know, kind of a similar sizing to what he bet on the turn, which was what, 60% pot I think he bet, right? Maybe a little bit more, 65, something like that.
Quick look here at the payouts after the chop was made three-handed. In case you missed that, the player took a 40-minute break to look at numbers, ultimately ended up with the numbers on your screen. There was 5K left to play for and these 2 trophies, and that's where we stand right now. Benjamin Gros from France, a poker professional with 5 years of full-time play under his belt, based out of Tallinn, Estonia. And Thomas Fuller. Couldn't call him an OG. Made an EPT final table back in 07.
That might as well be 1972 as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Donnie, I recently noticed that I made my Poker News forum account in the summer of 06.
Damn. It's a long time.
It's a long time ago. At one point when the Dutch forum still existed, I had like 30,000 posts on that thing.
Jeez.
Gross bet 600K on 964, 2 hearts. Beautiful flop for him. And Fuller raises it up. Donnie, we could see some blood here.
We could see some blood here. Fuller looks like he's going for it. Gros, of course, we can see has far too much of a hand for this to work, at least immediately. Pairing a flush draw here. Does jam.
There it is, the all-in shove from Gros.
That's going to shut out
Fuller
for sure.
Lets it go.
So good pickup there for Gros, but he is still behind Fuller, of course.
Thank you.
This is
I
the
don't think I've played 400.
final table, the heads up finale for the BetMGM Poker Championship. As part of the 2024 ARIA Poker Open, we are live from the PokerGO Studio in Las Vegas. This is the championship event of that ARIA Poker Open. Plenty of tournaments as part of that series. If you're in the area, I think there's a few more on the schedule. I would highly recommend checking them out. Great, absolutely incredible place to play is ARIA, of course. And hey, if you're looking for online poker, BetMGM Poker, if you're in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. Gros here turns a gutter. This is a limped pot that was checked through on the flop. He's going to take a stab here. Probably going to work. Yep.
Fuller back in his comfort zone, Donnie, with that chip lead. He's been sitting pretty all day.
Yeah, I mean, I know he's lost the chip lead here. He had that misclick situation earlier, and every time it seems like he's rebounded nicely. You know, he hasn't really let it get to him emotionally, affect his play, tilt off his chip, stuff like that. So,
well, there was one point where we thought he was going to punt it off.
Well, yeah, but
made that misclick, which was very costly.
Yeah.
Which in the process doubled Gros up, which in a way has led us to this point.
Yeah, no, of course. But you know, he kind of regained his composure pretty quickly and has battled his way to heads up here. When they made the deal during three-handed play, he was the big chip leader, was able to lock up the most money. Even sometimes here when he's had some things maybe not go his way and Gros take the chip lead, Fuller's responded quite nicely. And you can say the same thing for Gros as well. You know, the match has been swinging back and forth, and whoever ultimately comes out on top, I think, is certainly very deserving of being the champion of this event.
All right, on the turn, yet again, seeing lots of post-flop play. These guys not shying away from the trenches. Gros, a big favorite here with 9-4. Irrelevant 4 on the turn, of course. But he is going to continue to try to get some value from his 9. Fuller left with just king high, but as we all know, in heads-up play, sometimes all it takes is ace or king high. Not this time, though. Once again, if you're just tuning in, these guys have chopped up most of the money. Just 5K left to play for, along with the 2 trophies that are on display on the other side of the table. It is a matter of who wants it more. After we lost Michael Estes in 3rd place. These two have been going at it for quite some time now.
Seconds. 1.7.
Fuller raising it up with a 5-4 off. Tony, how do you decide between which hands to raise, which hands to limp? Is it just a matter of mixing it all together, trying not to be too predictable?
I tend to think that it depends kind of on more of an overarching strategy on how you want to approach heads-up play. You know, some players will be like, I'm going to just limp 100% of my buttons, right? At least to start. Maybe I'll come in with a re-raise if I do get raised, but I'm just going to start things off with the limp. Other players are like, I'm always raising any hand that I'm playing from the button. So maybe I fold the absolute worst hands, but anything else, just because I have position, and position is so powerful that I'm just going to be raising, you know, 100% of the time. Some other players will put some sort of mix in there.
3.8 raise.
And here comes Gros, raising it up to 3.8. We've seen this from him before, coming with the flop aggression. Fuller, however, this time has a pair and a backdoor straight draw.
Yeah, if you're Gros, I mean, you have those backdoor clubs. You do have that 4, which blocks some continues from your opponent. Fuller here just has too much of a hand. He's not going to be going anywhere. He's got that 5 for 2 pair. He's got the 4 connecting, you know, 3 to a straight that can develop into something more.
10 of spades on the turn. Not the card Gros is looking for. Is this the type of check raise where you have to pick up equity on the turn in order to continue betting? Is it one of those sort of, we'll try it once and then we'll surrender?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to continue when you don't increase your equity. Because at times when you don't increase your equity, it might be likely that your opponent increases his equity, right? Or the fact that your opponent was already there in one way, shape, or form. Here we see Fuller was there with that pair of 5s for 2 pair. So you not improving equity only means you're a little bit farther from the finish line, right? So you just don't want to continue. Now, had that turn been the 10 of clubs,
right,
probably a bet coming from Gros.
Exactly.
Right? Or even if the turn was, let's say, like a 7, you know, just an offsuit 7, 7 of diamonds, for example. Maybe Gros continues there with that straight draw. So now he's here. He's left with jack high on the river, and it's, does he want to take a stab at it and just try and fire and take this one down, or is he ultimately going to shut it down? He's going to take the latter approach and just shut it down.
Yeah, it's not a convincing river card to pull off any kind of stunt here, and sometimes it's best just to surrender. And surrender is going to feel real nice for Fuller here, who gets to shut down his 5 and take this one down, extend his chip lead up to 32 million versus 13 million. It's more and more looking like Fuller has got the best of it. Numbers of the chop are posted in the chat on our PokerGO YouTube channel. Once again, Gros taking home 222,000. Excuse me, Fuller taking home 222,000. Gros 190, and Michael Estes, who busted in 3rd, took home 168. 5K for the winner. Lots of pride. The W, #1 on Hen and Mob, added on your 2024 page. Never hurts. Might help to sell some future action, Donnie, if you got that win on the list.
Heck yeah, of course.
King Deuce 9, rainbow flop. It's a matter of whoever stabs first at this one will probably take it down. Poker's pretty easy when you can see the cards.
Of course.
Basically 2-1 here for Fuller, who started today as the chip leader. Once again, thank you all so much for tuning into our stream, whether you're watching us on YouTube, PokerGo, or on the BetMGM YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like this video, subscribe to our channel, especially on the PokerGo channel. We have daily new content being posted. My guy Sean Shemtov is doing an amazing job digging through the archives that we have at PokerGo to release some of your favorite hands from the past, mixed in with some compilations made by my guy Joseph. I got to give love to my team as we close out 2024 strong with lots of big hands that we would all like to rewatch. It's easy to forget, Donnie, how many epic hands we've had in 2024.
Yeah, I mean, just some of the best we've ever seen, to be honest.
The other day, I came across a Kristen Foxon clip from the main event, and I almost forgot that was this year. That's how much has happened since the summer. Ace 8-4 as Fuller completely drills this one. Gros nearly drawing dead. The 3 of hearts locks it down for Fuller.
$2.7.
It's going to go for multiple streets of value. Gros left with that pair of 8s. Might be tempted to come along here once more.
Call.
There it is. Makes the call. Now, Donnie, how much faith do we have in a pair of 8s? That's the question right now.
I think you have a little bit more faith, given the fact that the board paired here on the river. I do think it's interesting that, you know, we have seen a lot more pre-flop raising from the button, but here Fuller elected to limp on the button with an ace. You know, you might think that he might come in with a raise. That could simply be a factor of where...
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Fuller moves all in, putting Gros to the test. Gros, 2-pair with the ace kicker, has a strong hand in heads-up play. The question now is, how does he read his opponent? Can we get away from this? Do we want to get away from this?
Yeah, I mean, this is...
10 seconds.
I think it's hard. I don't think I can fault him if he takes either approach. I mean, you're kind of just guessing because... Like, there's not like a flush draw on the flop that is just, you know, guaranteed to... Or that missed, and you're just like, okay, he missed, let's say, clubs, for example. Yeah, there's a turned flush draw, but this is not an easy spot.
Thomas Fuller pulls the trigger in the right spot, goes for maximum value.
I mean, I think, you know, with you having the 10-8 as opposed to you having a hand like, let's say, an 8-7 or an 8-6, you know, you're unblocking some of the bluffs that would be the 5-6s or 6-7s of the world. And look at that.
It is all over. Benjamin Gros makes the call with the inferior pair, and Thomas Fuller tables ace-8 to take down the 2024 BetMGM Poker Championship as part of the ARIA Poker Open at the PokerGo Studio in Las Vegas. Fuller breathes a sigh of relief. He goes wire to wire from chip leader to champion. And Benjamin Gros can also look back at a terrific showing here, collecting $190,000 for his efforts.
I do, but I don't know the number.
And I believe they chopped the trophies, Donnie. I think he's taken home one of them.
And they said to me, we can't give it to you now.
There it is, the
You
fist
have
bump
one.
from Fuller.
So it's done.
This
but I
man has
just
been
don't
on
know
the scene
number.
for many years. Went on hiatus,
It was at the
became an
casino.
elementary
Like
school
since like a
teacher,
casino, je l'ai fait.
and
Oh,
returned to
win.
Las Vegas
Win casino.
to claim his crown. Well done, Thomas Fuller, a worthy champion of this BetMGM Poker Championship. It's been quite a ride at this final table. Let's see if we can get a few words from the champion perhaps before we sign off.
Yeah, I'm ready. I can.
Donnie, there's more poker action at ARIA happening. Still a few more events as part of the ARIA Poker Open.
Yeah, I believe they have like a bunch of $800 events, maybe even some $600 events that are happening. few of them mystery bounty events, so don't even necessarily need to win the tournament to win a big chunk of money.
Tournament director Ryan Kirk on site here. Paul Campbell in the foreground as well. ARIA superstars running the show here. Candace, as always, present and on site. And look at Fuller.
Here, right?
He is just elated.
Step out for a moment? Can I step out for a moment and come back?
Fuller, of course, gets the pose for
yeah.
the photos.
Thomas. Picture right now? Should I take these chips?
Yeah, please. Collect all the chips. All right, we want to share with you guys at home this moment of Fuller receiving both trophies from Ryan Kirk.
There you go.
You know, that's Wild Bill Hickok's.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the dead man's hand.
Winning a tournament with Ace 8 Donnie, this should be a special prize for that. Perhaps a black cowboy hat of some sorts
Kirk, by the way.
in honor of Wild Bill.
Poker operations here at ARIA.
Thanks so much for running this.
Yeah, I know. This is exciting. This is a fun
telling
final
me.
table here.
Let's listen in to see if Ryan has any questions for Thomas here.
Good to go? All right. Thomas, on behalf of ARIA Poker and BetMGM Poker, I just want to congratulate you on your victory today and on your way to this final table win. I know coming out of the bubble, you had mentioned you had 8 bigs, ran it all the way up to get here, full final table chip leader. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right.
All right, that is it. Congratulations to Thomas Fuller yet again, collecting $227,000 and
They'll
2
take a lot of
trophies
pictures.
All right.
for his
Sounds
amazing
good.
performance at
Sounds
the
good. Can I go to the
2024
bathroom?
BetMGM Poker Championship. Here's a look at the upcoming schedule. This is what remains at the ARIA Poker Open. Take your pick, show up, and play. Lots of good stuff here. Pot Limit Omaha, Big O, Mystery Bounties, all your favorite formats right here at the ARIA Resort and Casino. Once again, thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Rem Korinkama. Donnie Peters was alongside me to bring you coverage of this event. Once more, stay tuned to PokerGO for much more poker action. As always, check out PokerGO.com/schedule to find out what else we have on tap. Lots of exciting stuff happening in the new year, including our $1 million PGT Championship. For now, we'll sign off from Las Vegas. Thanks for watching. Have a good night.